Yeah, I believe we're live. So, good, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the May 20th regular meeting of New York School Board of Education. Meeting is called to order at 5:01 p.m. As you can tell, today is our first meeting, sort of in-house meeting for board members and executive cabinet after the pandemic, although the public is still remote on Zoom. But this is the first phase that will transition back to normal. Ms. Gutierrez, roll call, please.
Yes, thank you. Member Nguyen?
Here.
Member Martinez?
Here.
Member Grindal?
Here.
Member Hill?
Here.
President Zhang?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be approval of agenda. May I get a motion to approve the agenda as it is?
I move to approve the agenda as is.
Motion made by member Nguyen, seconded by member Grindal. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Moving on to study session, public comment on board's study session item. I believe we have several public comments. Ms. Gutierrez, can you bring them in?
Yes, I will get started with just need to make sure our panelists, our attendees are available. 1 second, President Zhang. Yes, we're going to start our first comment with Carrie New.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, you may begin.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, you may begin.
Yes. Oh, okay. Yes, I have a quick request. I know Cindy Park is going to talk, and she's going to talk about more like the history of how this developed. So, would it be possible to for me to switch with Cindy Parks?
Yes, President Zhang, is that okay?
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, we
Okay.
can bring Mrs. Park in.
Okay, 1 second. Mr. Rose, if we can swap with the next speaker, Cindy Parks.
Thank you for obliging Carrie's request. Good evening. Let me start with a little history. In February 2019, the Report Card Committee overseen by Ed Services approved a 3-point rubric grading scale. The following month, the board approved Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 5121, Grades Evaluation for Student Achievement submitted by Ed Services, which contained a 5-point rubric scale. Somehow, both of these actions were running parallel with one another. Once again, neither the BP nor the AR were uploaded to Gamut. It shows the last update as being June of 2010. Even though the board approved the 5-point rubric scale, it was not implemented. The 3-point rubric recommended by the Report Card Committee was implemented. At the October 2nd, 2019 board meeting, Mr. Carey Newt brought this to the board's attention. Later that evening, under board request, Ms. Martinez made a request about the 5-point rubric scale, as she too was surprised when her children mentioned the 3-point rubric grading scale. Ms. Salinas responded saying the 3-point rubric scale is a pilot for the assessment committee, and they have not yet brought that policy forward. Flash forward to this evening. What's the purpose of a report card? A report card is to convey to the parents how well their child is doing in school. What makes more sense? A 5 rubric scale, which you currently have in your policy, a 4 rubric scale, which aligns with the Smarter Balanced State Testing, or the 3 rubric scale? The 5-point scale is advanced, proficient, basic, below basic, far below basic. The 4-point scale is standard exceeded, standard met, standard nearly met, or standard not met. The 3-point scale is met, approaching, or not met. Please remember that teachers will need to be trained on how the standards equate to the rubrics, so you have consistency across the district. Once again, consider the purpose of grading scale and who are you conveying this information to? The parents. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to our second speaker, which is going to be Carrie New.
Can I proceed?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks again for that, taking that request. So in addition to what Cindy Park said, first of all, I personally have no issue with standards-based grading. But I don't think that's the big issue. The big issue is that what's on the table is a proposal for 3 numbers, and that's just not enough. You know, parents need to be informed how their children are doing. In addition, to say that the highest score standards met doesn't give any incentive to the children or the parents to get their kids to perform better. And we all want our kids to perform better all the time. So, you know, 3 is just not enough. And we need to have at least number 4 saying, you know, advanced or, you know, exceeding standards or whatever you want to call it. And interesting enough, the 7 reasons document that is included for the workshop, you know, indicates that there are already more than 3 levels in that particular article as well, because they have advanced, then proficient, and partially proficient, and then most likely non-proficient or not proficient. So again, I think 3 is not doing a service to the parents. It doesn't give enough detailed information. 3 is not enough. And secondly, having met the standards doesn't mean that the kids need to go and sit down and relax. We want every child to perform in their maximum ability. And so if somebody meeting the standards, we should give them an incentive saying, now, next time you're going to have exceeding the standards. And, you know, I think a lot of parents will reward their children if they exceed the standards. So again, I really hope that this board is starting to think about the parents rather than just rubber stamping whatever the superintendent wants. This is really an issue that is important for the parents, important for the community. If we want to have priority in academics, then we absolutely need to take this seriously rather than just going to 3. Because when my eldest started going at school, there were 5. Then it became 4. Now it's 3. So what? 2 years from now, maybe it's going to be 1. Everybody's exceeding. You know, we really need to take this seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, President Zhang. The next speaker is Veronica Medina. However, she's not present currently, so we can move on.
Okay. So I guess we can bring it back to the staff and the board. So actually, I requested this item, but I'll first delegate to the superintendent, and when it's the board deliberation time, I guess I'll be the first one to talk. Superintendent Triplett.
Okay, thank you very much, President Jean. Good evening, board members, staff, and community. Welcome to our first in-person board meeting of the year. This is very exciting, and at the same time, I'm sure there's going to be challenges with all of us on Zoom at the same time, being in the same room and wearing masks. So we are we're giving it a try, and we're doing what we know our students and our teachers are having to do in classrooms as well. So. This study session, we're very excited to be presenting this. As you no doubt are aware, there has been a lot of changes in the grading policy over time, and part of what we want to do tonight is sort of unpack the history of the grading changes that have occurred, and then really share with board members the next steps that we envision in terms of really deeply engaging families and staff and board and students in landing on the best grading policy moving forward. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Dalowich, Director of Teaching and Learning, and Ms. Pierce Davis, the Assistant Superintendent of Instruction, for them to dive into this.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett, and good afternoon, board members that I can say in person. So good afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so you can all see. All right. So that's exactly what we're going to do today. We're going to unpack the elementary grading report card and policy, and we're going to unpack a little bit about what that looks like. So the purpose of our meeting today is to provide information to the Board of Trustees about the background of NUSD's current elementary pilot grading scale and the plan of action for the 2001-2022 school year, as well as just provide some background and history. And so without further ado, I will turn it over to Mr. Dolowich.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. Good evening, members of the board. Before I jump in, it deserves note that the background and history I'm about to unpack predate this current Ed Services team, and the developments indeed, as you've heard from some of the public comments, are a bit convoluted and complex. It also deserves note that research for the study session required a review of years of board docs and also a review of a number of minutes from multiple report card committee meetings. The background and history coincide with the Common Core standards, and even predating their adoption and implementation in the state of California in 2014-15 school year. Our understanding is that conversation began as early as 2012 and 2013 in Newark Unified. Elementary teachers expressed interest in improving the alignment for the outdated report card. And it should be noted from this context that teachers realized that the past grading system was outdated and needed to be revisited. Ultimately, the goal for teachers was to reflect the Common Core standards that were adopted by the state in 2014 and continue to transition to standards-based grading. And momentarily, Ms. Pierce and I will touch upon standards-based grading this evening, but standards-based grading has resulted and yielded in dramatic gains for students in a number of school districts. And so there was a report card committee earlier, but a report card committee reconvened after not having met in 2016 and 2017. They reconvened in the 2018-2019 school year. And again, as I mentioned, in 2018-19, an entirely different Ed Services department oversaw the report card. I was not a part of Ed Services, and neither was anyone in Ed Services at that time. The report card committee met 5 times in 2018-19. They met in November, in January, February, April, and May. And the report card committee was comprised of up to 2 members of teachers from each of the 8 elementary school sites. Throughout those 5 meetings that I just mentioned, they made contributions to the report card. They discussed the rationale for standards-based grading. They also made improvements and updates to the language seen on the grade level report cards. And ultimately, on February 21st in 2019, the report card committee voted for grades K-5 to change from what was a 1-4 rubric to a 1-3 rubric. And we will again touch upon standards-based grading, which provides an opportunity for student ownership and takes the mystery out of learning. But a 3 means that a student has met that standard completely, 2, that they're approaching, and 1 does not meet. It should also be mentioned that report card members in the February 21st meeting voted for 6th grade students to begin receiving a letter grade A through D for the subjects of social studies, science, and PE only. And the rationale in the minutes was to prepare them for receiving letter grades at the junior high in 7th and 8th grade. And here is where we have a real disconnect and a fork in the road. The report card changes that were approved on February 21st by the report card committee remained internal. Specifically, Ed Services at that time and IT began to work on making changes in the system, in Synergy, for the elementary report card to go into effect in the 2019-2020 school year. And again, that scale changed, as you heard, from a 1-4 to a 1-3, taking effect again in the fall of 2019. very closely to the February 21st vote. On March 21st, 2019, I believe just like President Zhang had mentioned, the board voted to update Administrative Regulation 5121. From our minutes, it's reflected that this includes grading at the elementary and secondary level. The intent from the Ed Services team at that time was to focus on secondary sections. They changed language specifically that had an urgent matter to be addressed. And also the intent was to keep the elementary scale status quo during the pilot. One thing that Ms. Parks mentioned that is indeed accurate is that currently in the AR 5121, it identifies the elementary grading scale as 1 to 5. Even when the elementary scale changed from a 1 to 5 to a 1 to 4, the Ed Services team years ago at that time never updated the 5121. So it does read a scale of 1 to 5 in AR 5121, although Ed Services was engaging in an elementary pilot, which again includes 1 to 3. And so what I came in July of 2019, and the changes to a 1 to 3 elementary pilot had taken effect in the system, unbeknownst to the greater community. I made a board presentation in October of 2019, and that is the first time that both community members as well as the board expressed confusion and a disconnect with the elementary pilot scale in that October meeting. And therefore they asked me to return in November. So I made a second board presentation detailing some of the history from the change that the report card committee had made on February 21st. And subsequently, I was charged with communicating with the community, as well as I took the initiative to go out to each of the 8 elementary school sites. And that did occur prior to March of 2020. I held 2 parent guardian meetings, explaining the rationale, hearing feedback, taking note of the input from parents from across the district. And I also made a presentation and went out and conducted 8 separate staff meetings from November to February with each of the 8 elementary sites. Not only providing the rationale, but also detailing an explanation for the 1 to 3, and also having report card committee members express their input as well. As we know, in March of 2020, we needed to transition to distance learning, and new instructional priorities came to the forefront. Some of those instructional priorities include online platforms to support instruction for teachers during distance learning, looking at ways to support staff as well as administration with attendance during distance learning. And so for all intents and purposes, when the pandemic caused us to go to distance learning, the elementary report card became more of a separate issue, a secondary issue, and the priority really was for the focus of transitioning to distance learning. And so at this point, we're going to pivot, but I want it to be as concise but also thorough in terms of leading up to some of the developments, because it is a convoluted situation. We currently are in a pilot of a 1 to 3, and there needs to be more training rationale given, and we also have the disconnect with what occurred in March of 2019 with AR 5121. So I wanted to say that, and then also coordinate and turn it over to Ms. Pierce, and we're going to touch upon a little bit about standards-based grading in this presentation before we talk about a plan of action.
So that's exactly right. We're in a study session, so that's exactly what we're going to do tonight. We're going to take a few minutes to read one teacher's perspective about what standards-based grading is. Now, there's a lot more literature out there. However, again, we wanted the opportunity to at least share with you all a little bit about what standards-based grading is so that we can move forward. So we're going to read an article. You each, since we are here in person today, you each have a hard copy of the article that we're going to read. Again, this is coming from one teacher's perspective. And so as you read, you may have some questions. So we're going to practice the 4 A's protocol today. And what that is as you are reading, I will time, but as you are reading, you have the paper in front of you. This is yours to mark up. This is yours to write on, to take notes on, to circle. And we're going to do a few round robin share outs. And the first one is assumptions. So what assumptions does the author of the text hold? What do you agree with in the text? What do you want to argue with in the text? And what parts of the text do you want to aspire to or act upon, right? So our 4 A's. Every piece of text that we put in front of us is an opportunity to engage, but we also question. And that's something we want to model for our students as well as do ourselves. And so again, as you're reading in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to ask that you think about the 4 A's, you jot those down, and then we will do a round each. So first we'll do a round of assumptions while we take notes. Again, things that you agree with, things that you may want to argue with, and things that you may want to aspire or act upon. So without further ado, we're going to kind of set the timer here for 5 minutes. It might not be enough to read the whole thing, but it'll get the gist of it. So I'm going to go ahead and set my timer and mute myself, and we will come back in 5 minutes. We have about a minute and a half left. So if you haven't already, go ahead and skip to reason 5, where it shows the comparison of traditional and standards-based grade books. And that is the timer. Do we need a couple more minutes or are we ready to jump in? If you can, I guess, give me a thumbs up if you're ready to go on, a thumbs down if you need a couple more minutes. All right, I'm seeing a couple thumbs and then no thumbs. So we'll go with, oh, yes, okay, we are ready to go. So what I'd like to do now is actually go around the room. And again, since we're here in person, why not take advantage? We'll start over here with President Zhang, and we'll just go around the room in a big circle. But we're going to start off with what assumptions, and you can say pass if you don't have a response for that particular question. It's okay to say pass. But we're just going to go ahead and take some notes. So what assumptions does the author of the text hold? Let's start there. President Zhang?
So what assumption does the author of the text hold? I think this author is probably obviously a teacher, and I think the one assumption he or she holds is having a point system to grade student does not reflect the true mastery of the skills. I think that's early on, that's what he talked about. I think that will be one of the assumptions the author of the text holds. And what do you agree with in the text? I think one of the points he made about whether we should have I agree with the teacher that we should have a system that can tell the difference when a student is trying to play the school, even though he has yet to master all the skills just by showing up, turning in all the homework. I think we definitely should change that system where students who play the school get a high grade and students who are clearly learning but didn't turn in most of the homework get a lower grade. So I agree with that.
That's perfect. Let's pause there and let's do a round of 2 and 2. That way it goes a little bit faster. So let's move on. Next person do assumptions and then agree, and then we'll do a second round of argue and act upon.
Okay, I will go with the assumption. I think is one of the assumptions is the first line, which is that our current grading system isn't driving us towards excellence. So I think that's something that would need to be proven out. And then agree with grades should have meaning. I think this is an interesting one. I agree with that statement. And I think that the grade should have meaning to the student. And of course, the teacher and the interaction between the two of them so that they align on what is the gap.
Thank you. Should we go around? We get middle of the room?
I think there's an assumption that homework doesn't necessarily have any relevance to the scoring, and that may be true. and the simple average numbers can allow the kids to game the system. That's something that strikes me. There really one issue is it really doesn't obviously the standards based is more complex. And you could easily get into very deep minutia in terms of it's very important how you would define those objectives.
Thank you. All right, Member Nguyen.
I'm gonna go with an argue statement because pretty much we've covered the assumptions here. So for me, I think that there is room to take both traditional grading and standards-based grading into consideration, that the two can be combined in some way for students to be evaluated correctly and have a better assessment of what it is that they are achieving or lacking strengths in. So.
All right, and Member Hill, and we will do a second round. So we're going to do assumptions and agree in the first round, and then we'll do argue and aspire to on the second round.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. Member Hill.
So I'm going to follow Member Nguyen. So as I think everybody knows, so I've had a prior career in business, but recently I've decided to move into the educational field, and I'm a recent graduate of San Jose State. And I got my preliminary teaching credential just about a year ago. And in the spring of last year, as a part of the standard curriculum, we are required to take a semester-long course in assessments. I would say that the best practice at this point is to go towards standards-based grading. However, so I was being taught by an expert in the field. She's a noted author. She's worked with experts in the field. And we went through a lot of exercises that talked about how do you make a standards-based grading process work. And what was really drilled into us is more is better to a certain extent. And especially when we talk about rubrics, one of the key areas of focus was if we do a rubric that doesn't have a sufficient level of gradation, that it is not meaningful in terms of essentially feedback to students and to others. And so we were encouraged to really move. So three levels was really encouraged, was considered really not sufficient. 4 to 5 were considered best practice. I can tell you that as a teacher, as a teacher candidate, and now currently as a teacher that's going through induction, we have standards that we have to follow. So California State Teaching, hold on a second, I gotta look it up here. But we've got essentially standards. We follow the exact same methodology, and I should actually pull it up so I can look at it. So the rubric that we use for the various elements that we're being evaluated on, it's a 5-level matrix. It's emerging, exploring, applying, integrating, and innovating. I think that the challenge in the article that we read here is that we jumped from the issue of a traditional grade book, which is A, B, C, D, F, and saying, well, this really isn't sufficient. But then if you look at the actual, the comparison, it moves to a 3-level rubric. And I think the subtle implication is that that is better. But what I will tell you is that 3 levels is not better. And that is not best practice currently as being taught at San Jose State, nor at the state level in terms of credentialing teachers. So that's kind of my viewpoint on this.
All right, and again, absolutely, right. This is one article, one teacher's perspective. Let's move on to argue. We can continue to do a second round of arguing if we want, but we also want to get to what do we aspire to and act to and want to act upon as well. So let's make sure we end off with this one. So we'll do a second round in the same order, please. as I'm taking notes, and then we
Yeah.
will move on to the next portion of the presentation.
Yeah, so what I want to argue is, I think a point system, even with a very differentiated point system, can assess the students' mastery of the skills. It's really based on how you assess their skills. I mean, if you make homework a smaller portion of your grade and really looking at the real mastery of skills through exams, through other independent project assessment, you can still use a point system, and very differentiated point system to tell who is excellent, who is excelling in the class, and who is not doing well. So that's what I want to argue with the author of the test. A point system is not necessarily the wrong metric to look at for assessing the mastery of skills. And what parts of the text do I want to expire? I think first sentence in this entire article doesn't guide student toward excellence. So my aspiration is the word excellence. And that's actually the reason, the motive that I requested this study session, this item. So from my perspective, we all know humans are habitual animals. So when you are 6, 7, 8 years, 9 years old young, you are really at the early stage of developing some very important habit in your life. And those habits go with you for the rest of your life. So at an early stage, if you are going to tell a very young kid that doing 75% of the work is literally the same thing as doing 95 to 100% of the work, he's going to have that for the rest of his life. So I guess my aspiration is, do we want to promote a cultural excellence at a very early stage when the kids are still developing his lifelong habits? So something that will go with him for the rest of his life. So when he grow up, excellence is not a hustle for him, it's part of his DNA. Or do we not want to create a cultural excellence rather than, in a certain way, I hate to use this word, a culture of participation trophy where everybody wins? So that's what I want to aspire to. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go. What do I want to argue with? I think that the section around section 5, I believe, with the standards-based grade book, I'm not sure if it's an argument more than I think missing a piece where, you know, it offers the option for the children to understand what's my gap, or the teacher to really focus on closing that gap. And then I think this is where an area where many folks would worry, which is gifted and talented students can be truly challenged. And that is, that relates back to something in one of the previous sections that assumes a well-defined course objective. So I think it's a big, broad statement that this can happen, but I think it's just maybe an undeveloped argument that I probably, that's probably the area that I have the most discomfort. What do I want us to act upon or aspire to? And I want us to challenge the status quo. And I think about when Common Core first came, I hated it because it was unfamiliar to me. And when I try to help my kids, they would push me away because I was confusing them. So I think it's important that we do challenge it. I'm not the expert. Our teacher group is the group that will provide us that guidance. I think, we as a district should be careful to just go with it because that's the way we've always done it. And that's because us as parents, that's what we're comfortable with. If there has been evolution on this path, to quote Member Hill's statement around what is the best practice and what does that look like for us? And it could be 5, it could be 4, it could be 3. I think it's, as long as there's an articulation as to why it's going to meet our kids' needs. I think that's really what we need to focus on, in my opinion.
I agree with the other trustees, and I certainly do respect the expertise of the professionals in this realm. I will say, certainly having aspiring towards actually measuring performance rather than just turning in homework is certainly something we should be aspiring to. I'm not, and to Aiden's, I'm sorry, to Member Hill's point, that it doesn't really speak to the rubric, whether it's 3 or 4 or 5 levels. I do think 3 is a little narrow. That's my gut. I do tend to agree with Member Hill on that, but I definitely see that we should be moving to a standards-based approach. We should be aspiring to that.
So since I've already done my argument piece, I'll move forward to the aspire. I too would like our students to aspire towards excellence, and in that aspect is what I mean is that they should aspire to, not wanting to be average but above average, and to pursue, that they can achieve much higher goals than we set out for them. So with that, I do in particularly have difficulty with the 1 through 3 level of current grading, because yes, my daughter, when she sees a 3 on her report card, she thinks that she's mastered it. And I have to constantly remind her, no, you did not, you're actually just average. And so, and for me, she's like, no, mom, I got a 3. And for me, that's not okay. And I want them to know that they have to actually work hard, complete all their assignments, and do well on their exams, so that they are at the top of their class. And that representation to me really represents that when they master at 90%, that they are exceeding my expectations for them. And also if they go over 100, of course, they are definitely exceeding, and pursuing the excellence that I hope that they aspire to. So.
And I also want to violently agree with all of my fellow board members. I think we have a lot of similar viewpoints, but in terms of aspiring, I want to basically echo what President Zhang has said, which is that I don't think it's an either or proposition. And that I can tell you for a fact, and we've probably all seen it when we were students, that maybe there wasn't a clear definition around what an A meant, what a B meant, what a C meant, or what a 75% meant, or a 95%. I think the standards approach is trying to get much more detailed to say, what does that mean, right? And so how are we really measuring that? And so I think that what we should aspire to is a combination. And I can tell you that in my own practice, when I give assignments, I have a rubric. But ultimately, I take those different categories and I convert it into a point system that then ultimately then gets calculated up and pretty much follows the standard protocol. The only difference is that now the kids really know, this is why I got this specific grade. This is what this means. And so again, just to echo President Zhang, I think maybe if we bring the best of both worlds, we will, to Member Martinez, we will achieve true excellence. So.
All right, thank you so much. Absolutely, and thank you. I definitely heard this is not either or. I heard rubrics, I heard excellence, I heard so many great comments. We are not done, so this is just an introduction. But thank you for engaging in the study session today. So I appreciate that. Mr. Dolowich, do you want to?
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Pierce. I think the good news, and we've heard it, is that this is still a pilot. Obviously, we wanted to unpack the history in this district to try to provide a little context as to how we arrived here. Several school districts in Alameda County, Santa Clara, throughout the state, you can see here, follow a standards-based grading scale. Now, it doesn't limit those districts necessarily to a 1 to 3. So there's a discussion to be had there, because I've heard about excellence, I heard about offering different opportunities for students. But you can see here, just to name a few, Castro Valley, New Haven, Fremont, San Ramon, Pleasanton, with varying degrees of success from our colleagues across the districts. But one thing that we do know is that it does provide an opportunity for staff to go deeper with rubrics, to have requisite training, to be able to, again, have students understand what the standards mean so that they're on a continuum of excellence of achieving that. And so we can absolutely have this conversation and reevaluate in terms of our situation. What we do know, though, is it requires also better communication with our community, with our parents and guardians, and also a mutual conversation, a reciprocal conversation with our staff, so that we are training them and also listening to them. And so we're going to go on to the next slide.
And I think just to add to that, to the bottom line, right, the more information we provide, the more coaching, just as if you were playing a sport or playing a musical instrument, the more specific guidance you can give, the better. And I think that's the one thing that I'm hearing that we all agree, regardless of the point scale, the more specific information and feedback you can give, the better. And that's where things like rubrics come in to play. Here's an example.
Mr. Dolich, can I ask a quick question? So in terms of those districts that are using the standards-based approach, and as you said, some of them using 3-point systems and other point systems. So I guess I think it's clear that, in my opinion, that we should be moving towards standard-based, but why confuse the issue with also changing the number of grades, so to speak? Why not try to keep some normalcy, but some normalcy in that element, but while making this really, as you say, transformative move towards standards-based. So I just wanted to bring that up because that may be part of the problem here.
Mm-hmm. And just a comment, I think part of what you hit right on the head is that in terms of the communication, we know that needs to happen, but we do need to have a long-term sustainable solution, right? And so when we ultimately reach and move on from a pilot and it becomes sustainable and consistent, then our community should expect that we're not going to waver, we're not going to flip-flop, and that's going to be really the long-term solution. I guess to your other point, some districts have had this conversation, and this is kind of that next level is reflecting here for lower grades, a 1 to 3 in some districts. I know Fremont, for instance, K through 2 is sufficient. K through 2 has a 1 to 3 because of the conversation here. And as students are progressing towards the middle school level, some districts have considered a 1 to 4 for the upper grades, for instance, grades 3 through 6 or 3 through 5. And so it's a little bit of a differentiated approach to take into account just the conversation we've heard here tonight, where students want a little bit more of excellence to move towards as they progress into the upper grades.
An example of that would be, and I heard this from our report card committee, a kindergarten standard, for instance, right? Let's say the standard was knowing all of your letters, A to Z. There really is no excelling at that point in that particular standard. If we're really just focusing on that standard, you either meet the standard or you don't. And I think that is actually setting a higher bar, right? Than saying, well, you almost have all of them, right? So you get maybe a B, right? Because you've almost got all of them. And again, we'll talk about that a little bit more. I think we're getting you guys are right in line with where we want to be with the presentation, because that's exactly what we're going to talk about in the next few slides. So I'm going to move through a little bit, unless Mr. Dolowich, you want to talk about these a little bit, because we're a little bit behind schedule. Do you mind if I?
Sure.
So I actually got a chance, Mr. Dolowich invited me to the report card committee, as I am one of the more newest members of our team. And I got a chance to hear from them, their perspective. And so I said, here's what we're about to talk about. Can you provide some of your insights? And I really listened and took notes. And this is what they had to say. And this is coming directly from our teachers. They really kind of pushed us to refrain from sort of any changes right now because of the pandemic considerations with all the changes that we've already had and with us returning back to school and everything else. But it wasn't just to pause or to hold off. It was done to really develop a process that ensure whatever changes we do make are lasting and consistent, right? So we don't flip to a 4 or 5 system this year and then go right back to a 4 or a 3 system the year later, that whatever decisions that we make is really done with some intentionality. And again, they are lasting and consistent. Some of the things that they also mentioned was coordination and timing with the 6th grade transition into the junior high. And they also wanted us to offer some professional development and staff collaboration opportunities so we can really align about if we are now, adding some of these numbers back in, what does that 4 look like? Because that 4 should look in this classroom at this elementary school the same at another elementary school across the way. And so really taking the time to align and provide the professional development. What they've asked is sort of, what that means is sort of backwards mapping and engagement with community throughout the trimester 1 of 2021. Again, with the training and alignment opportunities. And then also pushing us even further, right, than just the scale, pushing us further to say we should also be aligning with our district assessments and curriculum. So if we're going to do all of this work, let's really do it right and make sure that it's aligned with our assessments as well. So everything is kind of working together in coordination. I think we're a little bit behind. So at this point, we were going to do one more sort of round of what's exciting, what's confusing, what remaining questions, or what other aspects should we consider. I think at this point, I might want to just turn it over to Mr. Dolowich to kind of end with next steps. And then if there are any remaining comments, we can go into that if there's time permitting. Mr. Dolowich?
All right, thank you. I think we absolutely hear the general theme here tonight from the board. Our recommendation for a plan of action at this point is to re-engage with a series of engagements, both for staff as well as parents and guardians, as Ms. Pierce detailed, requisite professional development and training, reciprocal conversations, and continuing with the report card committee, and also being public, transparent, and very communicative at the start, as the summer ends and as the fall begins in August and September, but not to make any changes at this point. Hearing from our report card committee members, not to start the year with another change, as we may very likely return to full in-person in the fall, but to do that work in trimester 1. And when we ultimately come back to the board and adopt a final report card and move away from the pilot, that we do so with the confidence of a long-term solution that we will keep in place. So whether or not that includes a 4, for instance, at the upper grades, but to be able to explain to our parents and guardians where we're headed and why, and then also to allow the staff to really unpack standards-based grading and feel confident when that transition takes place, not doing so before. For instance, that would be preemptive in terms of setting that up now, and then the staff and the community arrive back in the fall, and there's another change on their plate that needs to be discussed. So our recommendation right now is to re-engage with those series of engagements, and then for us to continue to iterate and return to the board at the appropriate time to make an adoption.
I guess the question is, what will be the timeline, the time where the board will vote on a final long-term solution?
Yeah, so according to our plan of action, what we would like to do is to do it right, like we said. So do these series of engagements over the course of trimester 1, and then bring something around December or January of next year for a final adoption. Maybe even earlier if possible, so that could start to be implemented mid-year, if that was an option.
Okay, we got Member Martinez and Member Hill. Member Martinez?
Member Hill was first. Thanks. So I think from a process perspective, so we where are we with regards to our administrative regulation, kind of what's our official, and then how are we tracking this pilot and calling it the pilot, so that we avoid this confusion in the future. Because I think that's, we should have our policies in order, but this somehow should be, sticking out like a sore thumb and saying, hey, by the way, we're piloting. And so there should be an official path, if you will. That would be my concern.
Member Hill.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I agree 100% with Member Martinez that it would be good to see, basically kind of the plan and milestones. But one thing that I think would be great to add to Mr. Dolowich's list, I mean, where we've got, so what's the plan? So staff engagement, community engagement, but I think there's a third leg to that. And that is, let's bring in some external experts that can guide us on this. So when I was young, right, one of the popular kind of things that I learned was, if you want to get better at, if you want to be great at tennis, you play with somebody better than you, right? And so we should really be bringing in outside, either officials from different districts that are super high performing. And not only do they have, a methodology, but they have results that back it up, and it ties to test scores, right? And so then let's learn from them. We shouldn't be reinventing the wheel. I think that we need to inject some best practice into this process if we're really going to become excellent. So that's my input.
Yeah, so yeah, hopefully that by the end of this year, the board can vote on a final long-term solution, because I think the original expectation is having the original expectation from me when requesting this item is first we have an information session on one board meeting, it turned out to be a study session, and the following board meeting, the board take a vote for a long-term solution. But it looks like this is not going to be happening. But I still hope that we sort this out as soon as possible, and hopefully, and when we're entering the new year in the fall, that we'll have a definitive plan for the long-term solution. Because I don't think this is something that we should just drag out and then bury under the wood for another 1 year, and then a year later we come back, have a study session again. Member Martinez.
Yes, thank you, President Zhang. I was just going to suggest that just given the need for this to be well structured with clearly defined timelines, I would recommend that we shoot for that December timeframe. Obviously, if you all need to, we run into a hiccup and that time frame needs to change, you would let us know. But otherwise, I would propose that we put it on our governance calendar so that it becomes something that we're marching to.
Another thing is for superintendent, would it be possible that for the next board meeting that the board got presented a timeline for this and a date of a final vote on the long-term solution, and the board vote to approve the timeline? So we have a very clear expectation about when the engagement will happen, when the understanding, the communication will happen, and when the board will be presented with information to make a final decision.
Thank you, President Zhang and board members. Yeah, I think that's definitely possible that we could come with a timeline for when a decision, when the board could be weighing a decision and a proposal and then making the final decision. And I do think that Member Martinez's suggestion of December makes a lot of sense. We want to make sure that we are properly engaging with not just the board, but with families and staff, and as Member Hill said, also making sure that we're really drawing on research and results from other districts and what they've done before making a decision. And I do want to just emphasize the thing that I think Ms. Pierce and Mr. Dolowich both brought up is the voice of the teachers here and the families saying, like, we don't want a radical change one way or another. overnight, because we really need to, we want to be engaged in this, think about it, and have time to prepare for a transition if that's the decision that the board ultimately makes.
Watching the time, we have one more comment, Member Nguyen.
Yes, I just wanted to really emphasize and the way that we should structure and implement the new grading system should align with the fact that we are moving the sixth graders to the junior high. So if we do have an approval by the board in December, it would give staff an additional 6 months to implement and then have the start of the new report cards, the start of the 22-23 school year. So that's just an observation and an input.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our study session. We don't have any public comment for our closed session item. In closed session, we'll be discussing item 4.2, public employee discipline dismissal release. Item 4.3, conference with labor negotiator, employee organizations, NTA and CSEA. 4.4, conference with labor negotiator, employee group NUMA, unrepresented supervisors and contracted management. 4.5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. And we'll come back to open session around 7. Okay, we will see you at 7. I believe we are still waiting for a couple of minutes. So can we begin?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so we're back to open session, and first is Pledge of Allegiance, and Member Hill has agreed to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Gutierrez, can you turn on the flag, and everybody else, please stand.
Okay. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation, indivisible, under God,
God,
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next item is report of closed session. There is no reportable action from closed session. Item 7.1, school naming. This is a public hearing, school naming, merging of Grant and Snow. So the public hearing right now is 7:03 p.m. I will open the public hearing at 7:03 p.m. Public hearing will start with a staff presentation, followed by public speaker, and then we will close public hearing. Superintendent Triplett, please start the presentation.
Okay, thank you, President John. So welcome back, everybody. We are going to present this public hearing, and if everyone could just be sure that they are on mute so that we don't have the feedback. So Ms. Gutierrez, can you invite our two guests into the Zoom space, please? All right, and I will put the presentation on the screen. Great. So this public hearing is to focus on the Graham-Snow school merger school naming process. And so with me tonight is our facilitator of the design team, Ms. Jeanette Hernandez, and she'll be sharing a little bit, as well as one of the teachers from Snow who is on the merger design team, Ms. Carol Rose, and they'll be presenting with me. So first wanted to start with just a review of the school naming criteria that is in the board policy for the naming of schools, and in this case is for the naming of the merged school of Snow and Graham. So this is some of the criteria that's articulated in board policy, that any school name should be in recognition of individuals or entities that have made outstanding contributions to the school community, or individuals who have made contributions statewide or nationally or of worldwide significance, geographic areas in which the school or the building is located, or themes relevant to the school community. So what we're going to do tonight is just go through pretty quickly the process thus far and what will be next steps. And then we're going to present the names, the three finalist names for the school, and then give the community an opportunity to speak on these three options that are being considered. So just to share other points of the board policy. So this is the, as I mentioned, we have a design team that has been working incredibly hard, not just on school naming, but also on many different aspects of the merged school. And part of the board policy is, in terms of school naming, is that the superintendent or designee shall maintain procedures for the creation of an ad hoc committee representing district staff, parents, guardians, students, and the public. And that committee shall be responsible for receiving and screening name suggestions and submitting recommendations to the superintendent or the designee for the board's consideration and adoption. So what we're doing tonight is a part of that process, and our design team, which is made up of school staff, parent guardians, and as well as school leaders, has been working on this aspect of the school design. So I believe I showed this to the board in the past, but just wanted to reiterate the school naming process that we designed and that we've been following. So first off was the design team looked at the board policy, the criteria, and they gave input into how this process could unfold. Next, the design team generated the parameters and the criteria of a new school name based on board policy. So you noticed one of the things about the board policy was a theme related to the school. And so that's the area where the design team weighed in with different themes that they felt were important things to consider in the school naming process. And then I believe we brought that to the school board on the 18th of March, and school board had a chance to review that as well. And then in April, we sent out an open call to all community, students, teachers, family, community members, to submit as many different names as they felt compelled to do that met the board policy criteria. Then on the 29th, that same design team, they went through all the suggestions. I believe we had approximately 60 or 65 suggestions that were then reviewed by the design team. And the design team then narrowed those suggestions based on the criteria from the board policy down to 6, which then we submitted to the public with an opportunity for the public to vote and rank those choices and rank the top 3 choices from that list of 6. So we sent out in March 3rd, we sent a survey out to community, to staff, and to families of the Snowgram area. And we also had paper versions available at the school for anyone, and at the district, for anyone to submit their vote for what they thought should be the top 3 choices of those 6 choices. And then last week, the design team met and looked at how the vote went. I believe there was over 500 people voted from the community, staff, students, parents. And tonight we'll show the results of that vote and the top 3 choices that the community landed on. So then today we're having a public hearing and we'll have some brief presentation, and then based on the input from the public hearing, then the design team will go back and vote again, just within the design team, of those 3 top choices, what should be the final choice to bring back to the board for as a recommendation. Oops, I'm jumping ahead. So at this point, I wanted to introduce our outstanding facilitator of the design team, Ms. Jeanette Hernandez, who has been supporting this whole process with the design team as the design team goes through the development of plans for the new school. Dr. Hernandez?
Good evening. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Triplett, and members of the staff. Again, I'm Jeanette, and it's been an honor to be the design team facilitator and work with teachers and parents and district office in really developing a really strong process for the new school merger. So in terms of the community engagement around this school voting, we saw it as an opportunity for students, teachers, and families to come together virtually around naming the new school. And what we did was the design team, we identified a work group, and that they were to help guide the process. And it was truly a group effort. Thanks to Carol Rose from Snow and Delight Evans from Graham for being the point people at each site. They were encouraging teachers to engage their students, developing lesson ideas, and meeting often to keep the process going. I also want to shout out to our parents, Vicky Zamora, Jennifer Duran, Jane Love, and Salome Aguilar and Magdalena Rodriguez for their contributions to the process and attend the planning sessions that took place outside of the design team meetings. It was truly a collaborative process. And during the open call, as Dr. Triplett said, we received many submissions. It was based on the parameters and the school board criteria for the new name. We asked the community to rank their first, second, and third choice, and the work group then sorted the data and identified the 3 finalists that received the most first, second, and third place combined votes. As Dr. Triplett said, we received over 500 votes from teachers, students, and parents. 97% were in English and 3% were in Spanish. Of those, 309 were submitted on Google, and the rest were actually ballots that were manually submitted. So shout out to the teachers for engaging in the process and really designing lessons for students, taking time out for students to vote, and explaining the significance of each name. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to Ms. Rose, who's going to talk about the 3 finalists and their significance.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez, and good evening to all of you. I'm excited to just tell you a little bit about each of the names that are the finalists. These are actually this is the information that was sent along with the selection that the person, when they submitted the names for consideration. So the first one listed is Coyote Hills Elementary. And what the person wrote was the Coyote Hills are one of the most identifiable and beautiful landmarks in the entire South Bay. It is at the heart of the Ohlone lands. In naming our school after this important local landmark, we are teaching our students to value the land they walk on and the people who have come before them. We tie two communities that have both gone through so much together with something that is accessible and valuable to both: the beautiful natural habitat around us and the native people who once cared for the land. The second finalist is Cherry Elementary, and the person who submitted that name for consideration wrote, "A large portion of Newark is named after trees, and this school is on Cherry Street. It's simple, it's cute, and great for a soon-to-be K-5 elementary school. Community building projects could be easily facilitated. It follows the Newark tradition of naming landmarks after trees." And then the final third submission or finalist is Grow Elementary. GR for Graham and OW for Snow. Together say Grow. Grow merges both original school names, demonstrates what we want our students to do, and how our staff will be even stronger together. The tree of life could be the symbol for the school, rooted into the community. As the schools unite, they will grow bigger, better, stronger. So I hope that helps you to make their decisions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rose, and thank you, Ms. Hernandez. And a huge thank you to all of the design team and the subcommittee on the design team that has really been shepherding this school naming process. So at this time, I believe we open it up, Ms. Gutierrez, to any public comment or public statements.
That is correct, Dr. Triplett. And at this time, we do have 3 speakers. The first one is going to be our retired trustee, Ray Rodriguez. Ray, you may begin.
You are muted. Yep, you're good. You may begin.
Hi, Mr. Rodriguez. If you can hear us, you may begin speaking.
Good evening, everybody. Can I speak now? Am I okay?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. I am not as tech savvy as most of you are. So anyway, this is Ray J. Rodriguez, retired Newark Unified School District board member, and parent of. So how do I?
You can actually just continue speaking. Your camera will remain off, but we hear you, so you can continue speaking. Mr. Rodriguez, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still with you.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get caught up on it. Anyway, I wanted to thank all of you for so am I okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, I think try not to hear yourself. If you are listening to yourself on YouTube, try not to hear that because there is a delay. Once you begin talking, just
Okay,
continue
so
and
how
don't
do
stop.
I
Right now, so I hear you, just continue talking and just don't stop.
I wanted to thank all of you for all the time and effort that goes into putting something like this together. So how do I turn that off?
If you can just ignore it.
Okay, am I okay now?
Yeah, if you can just ignore
Okay.
the back
Anyway,
audio.
next to looking at school boundaries, changing school boundaries, the naming of a school, especially in this case when it's a merger, it's probably one of the most difficult things that that we can do as a community. And this one, because it's a merger, kind of brought a few other things together. So I just wanted to thank the advisory committee that was set up between the two schools. Having kids attend Graham years ago, and also and Snow, and having 4 grandkids presently at Snow Elementary, I know how difficult it is for parents, the anxiety that comes in when you're trying to put this together. I want to thank staff, the superintendent, and as board members, we're going to be faced with choices that the advisory board brings forward. Although the board is not, you know, doesn't have to accept the choices. We've done that in the past, and it's worked real well. So I would like the board to look at the 6th instead of the final 3, the 6 that were brought forward, and hopefully with the faith I have in the current board and administration, I know you'll come up with an excellent name for our Snow Graham Elementary School merger, or that's going to start in August of this coming year. Again, to the advisory board, thank you for putting yourself out there and putting all this together. And I know it hasn't been easy, but I know from the community standpoint, I really, really appreciate all the work that's been put together in order to bring this forward. Thank you, and we'll be listening and looking at the board meeting tonight. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. And then our next speaker is Christine Clinton.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay. Hi, please vote for Grow Elementary. It's the perfect blend of the 2 merged schools into one adorable name. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Cheryl Gogwood. Cheryl, you may begin.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you may begin.
Good evening. I just want to voice my support for the name Grow. It encompasses both of the original school names and shows that those schools are growing together as one. It's a great name for an elementary school where we expect students to grow their knowledge and grow into independent thinkers. Thank you.
Thank you. And President Zhang, those are all the speakers.
Okay, right now it's 7:22. Public hearing is closed at 7:22. Thank you, everybody. Next, employee organizations. Ms. Gutierrez, do we have any? Let's let the 3 leaders of the organization come in and speak.
Yes, we're going to start off with our first organization, NTA, and we have Sherry Villa. Hi, Sherry, you may begin. Sherry, all you need to do is unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
We hear you. You may begin.
Okay, so my internet, just to start out, everyone, my internet was freezing, and in order to prevent that, I want to keep my camera off. So just want to let y'all know that. Okay, Good evening, everybody. My name is Sherry Villa. I am the elementary director for our Newark Teachers Association. Let me start out by thanking our president, Shauna Bruzy, for letting me speak tonight. For this evening, I wanted to address some of the concerns surrounding the two MOU no votes and the vote of yes with no confidence. And now, concerns from where we are right now at the present date. And then, thinking about where we and USD as a whole, where we're going moving forward. The teachers feel the way they do because of the events that have already taken place. This lack of confidence, it didn't happen overnight. With no disrespect, this spans previous school board members, previous superintendents, and district office personnel. And regardless of what anyone thinks, it does exist. And what you can do about, what we can all do about this is to just decide how we're going to respond and move forward from here. So the first situation, the Sizer Code documentation that our executive director of NTA, David Hernandez, requested at the last board meeting. This is documentation that our negotiation team has been asking for months now. This Sizer Code work order documentation that he requested, this is something that this is from the service agreement, which was approved by the school board in a January meeting. It's a service work order that's done after any service on our HVACs, giving information that in the Sizer Code work order documentation that we've been given, none of that's on there. So, that's just an example of lack of trust. The safety issues, the air filtration units in our classrooms. Our district was only committed to purchasing these filters if the classroom teachers were coming back to work, when in fact, these filtration systems needed to be purchased anyways to keep us at minimum requirements. So again, a lack of trust because of events like this, these bipolar needlepoint ionization machines. NTA gave the district information on these systems during negotiations. We shared the cautions of our own team, the cautions from the research that we did. The statement that was put out a few days ago regarding that these things are safe, and the CDC and the EPA, they back these things. Well, unfortunately they don't. On the ASHRAE website, it clearly reads that they have no society position on them at all. You can even find information on the ASHRAE website about the CDC's position. And again, clearly they don't favor or not favor them. So again, another example of how this lack of trust just continues. So, this voting, the two historical no votes on this MOU. Well, what are we going to do about it now? It's done. How are we going to move forward from here? How are we going to build this working relationship between our teachers, NTA, and the district office, our teachers and the school board, all of us working together? Because at the end of the day, these students are number one. The number one. Our NTA members, our teachers, want to be able to walk in their classrooms without a thought in their head that worrying about their safety. Yeah, we're all vaccinated, but they don't need to be worrying about the HVAC systems. That's the last thing that we want to think about. But we do, because there's workers on top of the roof just 2 days ago at my site. Ask them what they're doing. Oh, we're doing the air intake valves. Well, this should have been done before the kids came back. Now, you can prioritize the families and the students. You can't do that without prioritizing the teachers. You can't. We're the direct link to these families. We're the ones who are teaching these kids. And trust is a two-way street. So beginning, building this relationship, absolutely. NTA, our members, we are absolutely 100%. Let's build this. And it's not going to happen overnight, but we're definitely have to start building this relationship back for everybody. So thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Villa. Our next speaker is from CSEA, and we have Ms. Sue Eustace. And 1 second while we bring her on as a panelist. I apologize for the delay. I think Miss Eustace might, oh, there she is. Okay. Miss Eustace, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes, I
Perfect. You may begin. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, board and Dr. Triplett. This is Classified School Employees Week, and I wanted to make sure that I spoke to you tonight because I really feel that my membership have been working quietly without much notice for a long time. It's your paraprofessionals, your childcare attendants, it's your food service worker, custodians, your maintenance men, your secretaries, your clerks, your gardeners, your bus drivers, your campus monitors, warehouse, delivery drivers, payroll department, librarians, IT. All of those people have worked silently in this last year with even COVID going on, trying to do their job either from at home or going in and working on a daily basis. This week is to celebrate them, and I'm really glad that I'm able to do that. The other thing that I would like to mention to you is we have 8 people who are going to be retiring this year. And I feel bad in the idea that because we are still under the pandemic, these people are not going to be recognized for their years of service. So I would be amiss not to recognize these people. Terry Mazzano, 24.5 years as a librarian. Maria Ruiz, 5 years. Elizabeth Cisco, 17 years. Noelle Dute, 27 years. Donna Heflin, 13.5 years. Karen Dupy, 29.5 years. Lonnie Burt, 15.5 years. Debbie Destowitz, 15.5 years. These people have worked for you all this time. They didn't make a lot of money, but they care about the kids in Newark. So when you see a classified employee, please thank them. The bargaining unit is hopefully going to be getting together in September of next year to celebrate classified school employees because we're not able to now. And I'm hoping at that time that if we do that, we're going to invite not only these retirees, but retirees from last year to recognize their years of service for Newark Unified School District. And we certainly will invite you and Dr. Triplett if that's at all possible. But I feel that we're kind of working in the back room and we don't get always recognized as to who we are. But we're here for you and we're here for the kids. They're not doing it for the money. They're doing it because they care about Newark and its kids. So thank you so much for letting me do this. That's all I have for my report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, President Zhang, and thank you, Ms. Eustace. Our next speaker is from NUMA, and it's Dr. Wendy Castañeda Leal. You may begin.
Good evening, President Zhang, members of the board and executive cabinet. Members of NUMA have continued working hard on our site plans as well as supporting our students who have returned to campus while still supporting our students learning from a distance. We want to thank all our members of our NUMA community for their continued effort in supporting our students and families during this very unusual school year. Every year, millions of Americans face the reality of living with a mental illness. During May, we need to all join the national movement to raise awareness about mental health. Each year, schools fight stigma, provide support, educate the community, and advocate for policies that support our students with mental illnesses and their families. Today, NUMA would like to highlight Ashley Acosta. Ashley is the manager of Parent Engagement and Health Services, and much of her focus is on providing support to families who need mental support. Ashley has been working for NUSD for nearly 3 years. She oversees our wonderful parent partner team, which include Maria Perez and Diana Farias, our very detailed cost meetings, our tiered supports through PBIS, conducts countless hours on home visits, and in her free time ensures NUSD continues to build on community partnerships and resources for our families. When I asked her what she likes best about her role and being a part of NUSD, she replied, "I enjoy working with our diverse community. Our students, families, and staff make NUSD a very pleasant environment to work with." I would also like to recognize the importance of mental health support for many of today's underserved communities. Thousands of unsolved cases of missing and murdered Indigenous people continue to cry out for justice and healing. As somebody who continues to support our Indigenous community, I cannot stress enough the importance of having staff like Ashley as a resource. On May 5th, 2021, President Joe Biden proclaimed this day as Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Awareness Day. If the Indigenous communities had positions like Ashley at their disposal, many young Indigenous people would have resources to turn to when unsafe situations occurred. I want to echo what President Joe Biden asked from all levels of the government. He asked support for all Indigenous governments and Indigenous communities' efforts to increase awareness of the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous people through appropriate programs and activities. Again, thank you, Ashley, for your outstanding support to our families, school, students, parents, and community members.
Thank you, Dr. Wendy.
Thank you, and that's all, Dr. President Zhang.
Okay. Next item is 9.1 staff spotlight. Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President John. So as we heard a little while ago, this week is Classified Staff Appreciation Week. And so we would very much like to take the opportunity during our staff spotlight to celebrate, in particular, some of our special classified staff, as well as celebrating all classified staff, which do such incredible work and are truly the bedrock of our district. Ms. Gutierrez, would you put up the deck for us, please? So we wanted to take an opportunity to highlight 4 of our classified staff this session. The first one is Ms. Darnay Lang, who is a paraprofessional and an EL liaison at Birch Grove Intermediate. And a little bit about Darnay. Darnay is a great asset to Newark Unified School District and the BGI community. As a paraeducator, she has helped support the Resource Specialist program and educated some of our most vulnerable students. Her unique brand of charm and friendliness has helped her create connections with students that go beyond the curriculum. Students are able to focus on their work and accomplish their goals. And as a reward, they talk about anime, drawing, and video games. Ms. Lang puts the fun in the fundamentals of learning. As an EL liaison, she has learned how to do the job quickly. She and the ELD teacher have formed a really efficient team in getting students LPAC tested, and Ms. Lang is also a parent volunteer. In a typical year, she helps to support the BGI Makerspace and comes up with educational and fun activities for all students to participate in. So Ms. Darnay Lang is an amazing BGI Bulldog, and we are all extremely lucky to have her. A little love for Ms. Lang. Our next classified employee is Ms. Maria Diaz Mendola. And a little bit about Ms. Diaz-Mendola. Maria Diaz-Mendola has been working for the district for almost 11 years. She is currently the office manager at Schilling Elementary. She started off as a campus monitor at Milani, which is now, as you know, BGI, and has moved up the ranks to office manager at Schilling. I had the good fortune to see her today when we were visiting. She strives for great customer service, and at Schilling, we all call her the boss lady. She guides our new and continuing families on registration, translation, immunization, lunch applications, as well as guides our teachers on many different procedures. And it is a true honor to have her be a part of the Schilling and the NUSD community. Thank you so much, Ms. Maria Diaz-Mendola. A little love for her. Our third classified staff person we wanted to celebrate tonight comes from Newark Memorial High School. This is Sandra Schrotlin. She is currently the secretary at Newark Memorial. However, she has been in the district and has served in many different schools and many different capacities over her long career. Something that was said about Ms. Schrotlin, she creates a sense of community, and it's very important to her. She wants to be sure that teachers and classified staff feel supported when they walk in the office. She is a problem solver and a team player who works hard because ultimately students are at her center. So a huge appreciation to Ms. Schrotlin. And then lastly, we have a special announcement tonight. Today, I had the good fortune of going with our Executive Director of HR, Ms. Ingham Waters, to award our Newark Unified Classified Employee of the Year. This person is at music, and if we could go to that slide, Ms. Gutierrez. So this is a photo taken today. This is on your right is Miss Alondra Beltran. She's an incredible special education aide at music. On the left, you also see Miss Principal Gallagher, who was with her this morning when we surprised Miss Beltran with balloons and flowers. She was in the midst of setting up their class, and she was already supporting students as they came in. So a little bit about Miss Beltran. She is one of the most positive, this is some of the words from some of her coworkers. One of the most positive coworkers, according to the coworkers that really championed her as the classified employee of the year. She loves the students and never hesitates to put them first above all. She fulfills her role as an aide exceptionally well and is always willing to learn more. Her teamwork is exemplary, and she knows the importance of building a unified workspace. She treats everyone with compassion and understanding and is totally professional both inside and outside of the classroom. She is a great person to work with, to know, and to collaborate with. So is a great honor to be out there today and see her. Just anecdotally, when we presented her with her word, she said, thank you. And then she said, I just love my job. I love being with the kids. And I think that really sums up the incredible care and love that all of our classified staff have for our students and our community. So appreciations and congratulations to Ms. Beltran. And that is the staff spotlight for this week. Again, thank you so much, classified employees, for all you do every day.
Thank you, Superintendent Triplett. Thank you for all the classified staff in our district. Moving on to public comment on non-agenda items, Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, President Jean. Just give me a second to get myself settled here. All right, we have our list of our attendees, and we're going to start off with the first public comment being from Christine Clinton. You may begin.
Oops.
Hello, Christine, you may begin.
Hello.
Hi, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear us? You may begin.
You muted?
Am I muted?
Is your volume muted?
Oh,
No, you are not muted. You may begin.
okay, thank you. Oh, sorry. 1 second.
I'd like to discuss check. So how about a class action lawsuit? If you had only listened to parents sharing factual information, not opinions as you claimed when you approved these ionizers, all this could have been avoided and you wouldn't have wasted $359,945 to date. But anyway, I would like to thank Aiden Hill for listening to and representing the community. The rest of you could learn a lot from him. Next, I'd like to address the situation surrounding Principal Bird. Why on earth would you give her a pink slip? She has the support of her entire school community, their teachers, staff, students, and parents. Ms. Bird has an incredible record of success, holding several certificates, serving on area boards, and earning Principal of the Year awards in 2019 to 2020 from both NUSD and ACSA. How can you, board and superintendent, go from selecting her as Principal of the Year to letting her go when there are open administrative positions within this district? Here's what I think. I think the superintendent and executive staff should suck it up and set aside their personal differences for the good of the community and the district. Ms. Bird is an absolute asset, and you all would be fools to let her go. There is the BGI principal position, there was the assistant principal position at the junior high, and another administrative position at the high school. Ms. Bird would be wonderful in any one of these open positions. Please listen to the community you serve, when we say to keep this incredible woman and put her talents to use for future years in this district. This brings me to my last point. There are 5 of you to 1 employee, the superintendent. You need to take a more active role in managing your employee because the way he is conducting himself and representing this district does not align with the superintendent governance standards. He has a review in June, and I hope you take these examples to heart. Does the superintendent hold himself to the highest standards of ethical conduct? Nope. He is creating a culture of cronyism in which he is enriching his friends with NUSD's limited and precious funds via independent contractor agreements. Does the superintendent communicate openly with trust and integrity? Nope again. He lies and deflects blame to labor partners and well-informed parents. Does the superintendent act with dignity and treat everyone with civility and respect? Nope again. Perhaps if all school-related meetings were recorded and shared with the community, we could see for ourselves how he treats people who ask the tough questions he refuses to answer. Instead, I take the word of the people in the room who classified his behavior as scary. We do not need a scary superintendent. We need a superintendent who answers the tough questions honestly and respectfully, listens to stakeholders when they plead for a value administrator's job, and ultimately unifies this community. Thank you. So how about
Thank you. And our next speaker is Cindy Parks.
Good evening. While it is great all of you are meeting in person, I wish I was delivering this speech at a meeting in which the public was allowed to attend. I've heard many comments on the hypocrisy of the teachers and staff being back in the classroom, and yet the board is holding virtual meetings and the district office is still closed. Moving on. On April 20th, I submitted a public records request. When I didn't receive a response, I resent the request on May 3rd. On May 5th, I received an acknowledgement of my request, and the following day spoke at a board meeting about the lack of compliance with the timeline set forward in the government code. On May 10th, I received one of the requested records, Dr. Bernard's contract, along with a letter that said I can expect a response concerning other items no later than May 14th. I did not receive anything until late on May 18th. What I received was a computer-generated expenditure report which was generated on May 5th. Why did it take another 13 days to be sent to me? Government Code 6253D says, nothing in this chapter shall be construed to permit an agency to delay or obstruct the inspection or copying of public records. I truly hope this district learns to operate within the boundaries of the law before you get sued for lack of compliance with public records requests. Oh, wait, that did happen, and it cost you $200,000. Please consider the timeline set forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cheryl Goodwin. You may begin.
Hi there. I watch these board meetings regularly, and there's a common pattern when it comes to how votes are cast for various decisions. It seems that the board wants to show a united front in their decisions, and they vote together. In fact, I've heard a comment to that effect a few times now, where a board member would say something along the lines of, I don't agree, but I'll vote with the group. There's 5 board members, and every one of you should be thinking and speaking for yourself. I think Benjamin Franklin said it best when he said, if everyone is thinking alike, nobody is thinking. Please, if you disagree with the majority, you need to use your voice and say so. You were elected by the community to do just that. However, in saying that, there's a board member who speaks up and asks all the hard questions. Member Hill, thank you for being a voice for the community, even when you're the only dissenting vote. I hope you continue to be vocal and continue to work towards an improved version of our district. Thank you and have a great night. Hello.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ramon Medina. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Hello, how you doing? I hope you guys are all doing well and their families are safe. Today's been a rough day for me, but I'm here to discuss a couple things that I see happening and it continue to happen. At first, this year was, obviously with the pandemic has been really, really rough for everybody. Has been rough for our kids. It has been rough for families throughout this country and obviously here in Newark. One of the toughest things I've seen happening is the actual, and I reached out to you guys in December about institutionalized racism, and it's happening in New York, and we're letting it happen. Leaders like Dr. Triplett is letting it happen right in front of his face, right? And he's doing it. He's part of that process. He's part of the institutionalized structure, policies, and practice that create advantages and benefits for whites and discrimination, oppression, and disadvantage for target racial groups. You are that. And I can guarantee that just because you think you're an ally, but you're not being an ally because you're not doing it, you're not practicing trying to be an ally. And that's a shame. I believe that you could do better. I still have hope for you. I still believe that you can do better. You know, I talked to you at the park when you came, and one of the biggest things I told you is communication is the biggest failure that Pat Sanchez did here. Lucia was there. I talked to Lucia. I think the biggest part that you have to know is that you have to take this and actually take criticism and do something about it. You're an educated man. Act like it. You know, talk to people. You know, don't just lip service people. Be part of the solution. The advantages of white privilege, the advantages created for whites are often invisible to them or are considered rights available to everyone as opposed to privilege awarded to only some individual groups. I want to talk about things that are happening right now. You're definitely doing some institutionalized racism to Principal Byrd. You're doing it. You know it. You know, don't be a standard. Don't just stand there. Don't just talk about, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do better. No, things haven't got better, you know. Some of those board members say, oh, we're better. You're not better. It's not better. Look at the facts. Come to reality check. Check yourself. I voted for every single one of you sitting in that room. I was proud to see a woman Latina getting in there, 2 Latinas getting in there. Jeez, I was happy. I was happy to see our Asian man getting in there. Act like you can help people. Don't just stand there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Tam. Eric, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Dr. Triplett, board members and staff. Tonight I wanted to address some recent comments by the board. Trust is broken when board members repeatedly describe parents' comments in a negative tone as just opinions or not facts. One member went to say last meeting, and I quote, "As I hear some of our public comments, I worry that people are going to unofficial, informal chats to get information. And that's never a good plan. So if we can get an update of where we are, and again, on also sending communication, reminding the correct process to look for information, it worries me. I've seen some of the stuff that gets communicated in informal locations that helps with disinformation," end quote. You believe parents trying to educate each other and working together to keep the board and district accountable is disinformation? Do you know what disinformation is? Disinformation is when NUSD on a formal website has a PDF titled "ASHRAE recommends bipolar ionization" when it's outdated and false. How do I know? I literally emailed the ASHRAE COVID task force and asked, why does NUSD say one thing and ASHRAE says another? ASHRAE replied they removed ionization on October 7th of 2020, versus NUSD still uses a document from July 15th, 2020. See, the real questions to ask are, why did the district staff still recommend the non-MPPI resolution on November 19th, 40 plus days after ASHRAE changed their stance? Why is the PDF still on the website labeled ASHRAE recommending MPPI when I told Dr. Triplett about the same issue on our April 23rd one-on-one? I sent you copies of those emails, or I will send the copies of your emails. See, this information is when a district puts incorrect information out to the public to justify a $350,000 purchase. The board and district have said many times, parents don't understand. Other school districts around us are using it. So trust us. What happens when our district and elected board blindly follow like sheep? Congratulations. You win the prize of being part of a class action lawsuit to recoup your money. On April 15th, I warned you about the MPPI sales rep promises. It did not add up. Guess it was just another opinion. Thank you for Member Hill for voting no. You were the only one that tried to listen. If you want to engage the parents, stop blaming the parents for spreading rumors and disinformation. Take accountability for your own words and actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pooja Singh. You may begin. Hi, you may begin.
Hi, I'm Pooja, and I'm a student of the Ohlone College Connections program. I've heard that the school has decided not to have Ohlone College Connections as a program for next year's students who have signed up. Not only is this a disservice to the students, it is a disservice to students of color, students who cannot pay for college, and students who wanted to use OCC as an opportunity to fortify their future. Here are some wrongs that we have experienced that have played into the discontinuation of the program for next year. Ms. Rangel did not give Ms. Nations the email list of junior students so that she can recruit them for OCC. Ms. Nations had 19 students signed up, but the school only registered 8 students to Student View as a mistake on their part and used this as a means to cancel the class for next year. The high school's page does not have a section for OCC on their page, despite Ohlone having one for us. There is not nearly enough information about OCC in the weekly announcements. Ms. Nation's email and other contact information is not even given on there. There should be a separate, more in-depth email that should be sent out to juniors about OCC, given that they have not been able to see the in-person presentation about it like our class had. It is wrong to have forbidden Miss Nations from contacting next year's cohort and letting them know about what has happened. These students deserve to know that OCC has been canceled for next year, especially by who would have been their teacher. Students, especially students of color, are being robbed of an opportunity to find representation, support, and success. Three things I felt I could not properly experience with normal high school learning. From 2020, in the last 6 years of OCC, 83.7% of OCC students were students of color. 85% of OCC students were first-generation college students. 100% of the OCC students in the cohorts from 2018 to 2019 and 2019 to 2020 were working students. Please, as the underrepresented and underprivileged, do not take this opportunity away from future students. I want to see Alex and others like her be the first of their families to graduate high school and go to college. I want to see Shayla and others like her rocking it out at an HBCU. I want to see students like me who were scared to go to college find out that it's way easier than it is made to be and decide to go. If you care about us and our success, please consider reinstating OCC as a program for next year's juniors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Delight Evans Vasquez. You may begin.
Hi, I'm getting a little, I just heard a former student from Graham speak, sorry. Success is no accident. It is hard work, perseverance, learning, studying, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you are doing or learning to do. This is a quote by the famous soccer player Pele. As a member of the community, parent, and professional, these last 2 years have been very difficult for everyone. Regardless, we all continue to move forward despite the many challenges and inequities that our families and Graham School has faced. I hope that the next academic year, our leadership and board members are prepared to reopen with an effective plan that will meet the needs of every student and that we stop being biased and hire the most highly qualified staff to ensure that our students are getting Tier 2 and 3 support. I hope that you all question the processes and ask the difficult questions to ensure that every school is getting the best leader. A great principal builds character, inspires dreams, encourages creativity, builds confidence, instills a love of learning, and touches our hearts and changes our lives forever. Miss Bird has changed the life of many students, parents, and teachers like me. We have all been fortunate enough to know her firsthand and to have personal interactions with her. In the last 5 years, I had the honor of working with a leader who brought a very challenging community together, raised test scores, put structures in place, collaborates with both certificated and classified staff, and is present no matter how late it is or challenging the task may be. I clearly remember when I first watched Dr. Triplett be appointed, he spoke about equity, he spoke in Spanish, and we all believed that he would change our school district to be the best. We saw hope. Then we saw another side of him, and many of us continue to see another side of the Newark School Board. We continue to see people in leadership positions who do not make decisions in the best interest of students. Our community sees people who are unwilling to be questioned, unwilling to listen to differences in opinion, people who create processes that further disenfranchise low-income communities, students, and staff of color. As public servants, we must do what is best for our students, not what is in the best interest of the adults. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
This is our last speaker. Our last speaker is Carlos Zarate. Carlos, you may begin.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Triplett. My name is Carlos Zarate. This year has been very tough for parents, teachers, and most importantly, students like me. Going through a pandemic has been very difficult for many people in our community, especially our essential workers that have children in our Title I schools. We also have dealt with many injustices in our nation, and in some cases, in our own school district. Tonight, I would like to address the following. First, tonight you will vote to ratify the personnel report as presented, making Ms. Jin Kim the new assistant principal of the New York Junior High School. I am wondering, did you take into consideration my former principal, Miss Bird? Since she is highly qualified administrator with elementary and secondary experience, Title I school experience, and holds the right credentials to lead any school, but most importantly, she occupied that position before being promoted 5 years ago to be my Graham School principal. Also, the majority of you voted to reopen schools. I believe that if you are expecting teachers and students to return to school, then as the leaders of the executive cabinet, you all need to model by having in-person meetings with the public present. Many of the surrounding districts have been leading by example for a couple of months. When will you start showing up in person for meetings with the public? Lastly, board members, as Ms. Martinez says, are we there yet? Absolutely not. Have we made a huge stride from a year ago? Absolutely. I appreciate your work. However, greater strides have to be made toward achieving equity in Newark Unified School District. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that concludes our public comment on non-agenda item. Moving on, our superintendent report, Dr. Triplett.
Thank you, President Jean. Ms. Gutierrez, can we take the screen down and I'll put up the, thank you. All right. So this is the superintendent's report for May 20th. And 1 second, please. Okay. This evening, I wanted to talk about 3 topics. The board had requested to get some updates on the website development. So I wanted to share about that, our usual enrollment. And then also there was interest in knowing about special education programming for the upcoming school years. And so we're going to share about that as well. First, website development. So we have been moving along on our website development. It has not gone as quickly as we hoped, but we have seen progress and we're very optimistic about completing the whole process in time for the opening of school in the fall. So what you have here is, this is a little status update as the board requested. And these are the different components of the website development that we have been undertaking with Final Site, the company that the board approved for helping us to develop our site. And so I won't go over all the details of each one, but as you can see, many of the phases have been completed. And we are now in the warranty and post-delivery period, which we anticipate being completed at the end of July. What this period is the bones of the website have been created, and the design, the look, and now we are in a point where we are training the what we're calling the webmasters, which is a representative or representatives in each department and school site, who will be responsible for matriculating content from our old site, adding new content, and then managing the sites moving forward. So it's, as you can imagine, and you probably know, managing all of these websites is a giant task and something that we have learned through experience and experience of other districts that is not a one-person project. And so what we're really shooting for is building the capacity of webmasters at every site and department to be able to empower them to be able to continue to do this process. And so what we've embarked on in the last 3 weeks, I believe, 2 weeks maybe, is started in this warranty phase with developing the capacity of our webmasters. We have, I believe, about 30 people who are taking the trainings. Final Site has developed trainings that the webmasters can do online, and then they begin to work within their different web pages to, like I said, matriculate content, and also to be continuing to build each of the individual pages. So that's the phase we're in, and we do anticipate that this is going to take a little bit of time. So our goal is that what we've understood from Final Site is that we will be able to, if all things go well, we'll be able to be finished with this process at the end of July. And then there'll be the final stage of post-delivery, and then transition to what Final Site calls transition to support, which is a different level. Once our site is fully up and operating, then Final Site will continue to support us in a different capacity. So principals are undergoing this website training, as well as other folks at each site. I've been doing some of the videos and learning as well as Ms. Gutierrez and some of our other central office staff. So we're all learning this together, and we're also getting support from Final Site as this progresses. This is just an example of how the website or the webmaster login is. And then each webmaster has a sort of an account, credentials, and they go through the process of training and continuing to build out their different components. These are the first three trainings: Composer, Post, and Resources, that our webmasters are undertaking right now. And as we move forward, we are now meeting with the webmasters once a week. We had our second meeting this week, and we'll continue weekly to meet with them to troubleshoot, support each other, and continue to build this out. So that was the report on the website update enrollment. Here are our numbers for this week. So as of the 17th of this week, as you can see, we have dropped 2 students since the last time this was reported out on the 26th of April, but holding relatively steady. However, worth always reiterating that we are significantly below what we had hoped and projected for the 2021 projections. We'd like to come back to the board with more information about enrollment and some of the steps that we are taking to try to increase enrollment as we move into the summer and then into the fall. And so we'll be doing that at a future board meeting. And then lastly, I wanted to talk about special education programs. So we have taken a significant amount of time to really be thoughtful, engaging with our community and staff and teachers, principals, around the best configuration of our special education programs for the upcoming years, based on the data of students, their needs, their location. And so I'm going to show you in a moment what we have designed in terms of programming. But first wanted to just reiterate that our goal has been to reconfigure the programming at our schools to best meet the needs of our students and our families. And 2 of the things that we are really prioritizing, or have prioritized in this process, is what we've heard from families is that families really want to have a through line of programming at a school. And what has happened in the past is we have had, let's say, an SDC mild to moderate program at some grade levels at a school, but then that program in the upper grades of that school is at a different school. In other words, a family might have their child in the program at one school for 1st through 3rd grade, but then have to move schools for 4th through 6th grade because the program doesn't exist at the school that they started at. When that happens, as you can imagine, very disruptive, and it also means that siblings also would most likely have to transfer to the other school. So we are trying to change that, mitigate that situation, and create these clear through lines at different schools. The other thing that we're trying to do is as best as we can to map out all of our different programs in different places in the city. In other words, so we don't want to just have a certain program, an SDC, moderate, severe, for example, only in one part of the city, because then we feel like it's really important that we have program offerings to folks regardless of where they live. So this is, I'm going to give you a chance to look at this. I'm going to walk through it a little bit because it's rather complicated. But what you see here is the program plan for the next couple of years. So the gray, you can see that the schools are up above. and then the columns represent for each school. And you can see the gray is the programs we currently have at the school, as in this year. And then the light green is the programs that we anticipate for the upcoming school year. And then lastly, the boxes in the dark green are the programs that we will have in those given places for the 22-23 school year. So what we're talking about here is a multi-year process of really trying to reach those goals that I was referring to, where we have a through line of programs at given schools in different parts of the city. So I'll just talk through it, just a couple of examples. I won't go through each school, but as an example, you can see at Kennedy, where there has not been an SDC program in the past. And so our goal is to create a mild moderate program in that part of the city. And so you can see next year, there will be a TK2 mild moderate SDC program at Kennedy. That's a class that's coming from music. And then the following year, we'll have a second, third grade mild moderate and a fourth and fifth grade mild moderate program at Kennedy, so that by the end of the 22-23 school year, there'll be a continuum of mild moderate programs at Kennedy, where students who are there can remain in those programs throughout their time in elementary school. Another example would be Lincoln. You can see that Lincoln has had a TK1 mild moderate program and a fourth grade through sixth grade mild moderate program, but has not had some of the middle years in their programming. And so part of what we're doing is we're going to, for the upcoming school year, have the snow mild moderate programs, grades 2 and 3, to move to Lincoln, so that now Lincoln will have a full continuum of mild moderate programs as well. You can see similar pattern at the Snow Graham Merge School, so that there will be a full TK6 moderate severe program there. They already have moderate severe programming, but we're going to make sure that it is and complete through line through the grades. And then likewise, you can see at BGP BGI, the other part of another part of town, that we are building a through line of TK through 5 moderate severe as well. The other thing to point out here is the preschool program, which is currently at music. And so the plan is within the next 2 years, so 22-23, that we would be transitioning that preschool program to Schilling. So that is where the preschool program will be. We're really excited because that Schilling already has the Cadango preschool there. And so this will provide an opportunity for students in preschool, whether they be in a special education program or a general education program, to be able to engage with each other as peers. So in addition, we also wanted to share with you the secondary programming, slightly not the same level of change, I would say, but you can see that the junior high will maintain its current programming, and we do plan on increasing programming at Memorial, and you can see there some of those additions. That is the superintendent report for this session.
Thank you, Superintendent. Any clarification questions on the board? Yes, my comment is absolutely thrilled to see we have a plan for our SCC class, a more comprehensive plan, and I look forward to seeing more of our future plan and our future philosophy about combining or how we want to reconfigure the SDC class. That's my comment. Member Grindel.
Yes, perhaps I missed it, but what is the what's the goal for when the new website goes live?
Yeah, our current goal, we had big hopes that we would have the website live this spring, but given everything that's been going on, and what we've heard from Final Site is at this point that the goal is really to have it live before the start of the new school year, so in August.
Member Nguyen?
Thank you, Member Zhang. I just wanted to make sure and reiterate that with the planning out of the new SDC movements, I just want to make sure that our families who are impacted, that they receive communication about the plan that's moving forward and have engagement for them so that we let them know what to expect and where their movement is going to be ahead of the movements that are going to be happening. So I just wanted to make sure that the families are aware and that that they have an active role in participating in and knowing what is going on. And then secondly, in terms of the website, thank you for the update and the progress that staff's been making. I just wanted to make sure and ask you, Superintendent Triplett, to make sure that staff, I know that there's been a lot of, there's been a lot of work put on our staff, and I just want to make sure that if we need additional resources, that you're able to help retain those resources for them. So I just want, and I know that when you're bringing over content and data, that is a lot of work. If we need to get, I believe, what was the company's name again? First Site? Final Site. If they have expertise and if we can make sure that staff has a comfortable level of understanding or knowledge, and if they don't have that expertise, that we do maybe amend the contract and hire their expertise to be able to help staff facilitate and transfer the data over, the content over from our old site to the new site. Thank you.
Member Martinez?
Thank you, Member Zhang. Yes, also related to the website, we know you all have a ton of different work in front of you. And it's not new, it's not gonna, just because we're going into the summer, in fact, there's probably gonna be another spike of just getting ready to bring the kids back in the fall. So to that end, as I think about the fact that we're a little behind, or a couple months behind from where we would like to be, as we think about what we'll need, if our target is the start of the next year, what is our contingency to plan to Member Nguyen's comments? I think, we do have the funding that's supposed to support, really all this return to school, making it easier for our families. And with regards to, one of the narratives, and I've been one, and I will repeat it again, that the source of information about the district has to be at our district site, not on social media. So in order for us to be able to continue to say that in a credible manner, we got to deliver. So my only point is, let's not be afraid to call in expertise or additional resources if we need it, because I think it's just really important. And that's just the layer of, getting it operational. One of the other big things is we've been talking about, tiene que ser bilingüe, tiene que ser para las familias de habla hispana. Entonces, no sé qué complicaciones o agrega. Okay, so and I'm sorry, I just said, just a reminder that one of the other messages is that we've been really trying to get that central website to be the place where our bilingual families can come in, at least, and I'm only speaking Spanish. I know that there's going to be other languages that we'll have to make available as well. So anyway, I know it's a lot of work, and so in the long-winded way, I'm saying, let's not be afraid to raise our hand and say, hey, let's get some more resources in here. That's why we have some of the funding, and this is such an important piece.
Okay, student member Salami, do you have any questions?
I think Member Martinez covered one of the most important things is how can we make sure that this website going forward is compatible with different languages. And I'm sure that Dr.
You're breaking up, student member Salami.
That's my only concern.
Yes, I can only hear he said the website. I didn't hear anything else.
I believe he was, and Member Salami, if it helps to turn off your camera while you speak. I believe he was asking about the translation, making sure that there's translation available on the website. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Member Salami.
No, you're correct. I was just saying that Member Martinez covered that point that I made, that and I think Dr. Triplet is focusing on that too, making sure that we have a website that's compatible with different languages.
Okay, thank you. Any other board members? Okay, thank you for your report, Superintendent Triplet. I believe next item is our May revise update. Staff report 12.1, Superintendent Triplet.
Thank you, President Jean. So I'm going to turn this over to our Chief Business Officer, Ms. Dela Cruz. This is, the governor has just released his May revise. And so this is information that's hot off the presses, and we are in the process of still making sense of it all. I think all districts are engaging with each other to really understand the implications of what has come out in the May revise. However, I will say it's positive. And so that's a good thing. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Dela Cruz.
Thank you, Dr. Triplet. Good evening, President Zhang and board members. Let me see if I could share my screen. Does everybody see that? Okay. As Dr. Triplet said, the governor released his May revise to the 21-22 budget back on May 14th. And today I attended the school services workshop. So I want to give them special thanks for allowing us to share this presentation with you to review some of the highlights from the governor's May revise. So leading up to the May revision, the governor had announced that the state was facing a $100 billion surplus, which he was calling the California Comeback Plan. So it included $76 billion from extra state revenues and $25 billion from federal resources. What was forecasted was $54 billion deficit a year ago. And it's true, it does look better now, except there are a few California programs that are still experiencing a little bit of a different situation, such as the California unemployment rate, which is at 8.3% back in March. And the $12 billion of the California Comeback Plan is direct cash payments to expand the Golden State stimulus. In terms of the rainy day fund in 2020, this was the first time that the state had to draw down $7.8 billion from the budget stabilization account. And this left $8.3 billion in their reserves. However, due to the improved revenue forecasts, the May revision now proposes an increase to the BSA with ending balances of $12.5 billion for this year, 2021, and 15.9 billion for next year, 21-22. So the good news is the May revise increases the cost of living adjustment for the local control funding formula. It adds 5.07% of mega COLA, which includes 2.31% for this year, 2021, and 1.7% for 21-22. This is 0.2 higher than what was proposed in the governor's January budget. And it also adds a 1% to the base grant. The grade span adjustments are also applied, which includes the class size reduction, as well as the amount that we get in addition for career technical education. The supplemental and concentration grants are calculated based on our unduplicated pupils percentage, which is the English learners, our free and reduced price meal program students, as well as our foster youth. So what this looks like in the calculation for the LCFF, the 2021 base grant per ADA right now, for example, is 7,702 per ADA in the K3 grade span, and 7,818 in the 4 through 6, 8,050 in 7-8, and 9,329 for 9 through 12. So when you add the mega COLA, you can see the increases there, just 390 all the way up to $473 for grades 9 through 12, which gives us a base. You could see from 8,092 to 9,802. And when you add those grade span adjustments for class size reduction and the CTE, it increases our base grant to 8,934 to 10,057 for the grades 9 through 12. And then we add 20% of the base for our supplemental grant, which is also per ADA based on our UPP. And then 50% of the base is added to our UPP above 55%. The May revision is also proposing a new concentration grant, which proposes to spend 1.1 billion in ongoing funding. So the impact would be increasing the concentration grant funding factor from the 50% to 65%. So the intent of this new concentration grant is to increase the number of counselors, teachers, paraprofessionals, nurses, etc., that can serve our students and develop deeper connections. So this would require our school district to describe it in the local control and accountability plan, our LCAP, how we intend to use that funding to supplement staffing for both classified and certificated staff. This is in the proposal stage right now, so it doesn't mean that we have to include it in this coming 21-22 LCAP that we're presenting to you on June 3rd. But if it does pass in the legislature and it does, the governor ends up signing the budget with this new concentration grant, then we would have to include this in our LCAP, in our future LCAPs. So what does this increase in our LCFF mean for Newark Unified? It increases our per ADA funding to $10,245 per ADA, which is a $479 per ADA increase compared to this year. Our projected ADA for 21-22 is 5,482, which is our hold harmless ADA from 1920. So our projected LCFF total revenue right now is $56,171,873, which is about $2.6 million increase in LCFF. In terms of the cash flow and the deferrals, if you remember, the governor was proposing to defer up to 3.7 billion in our cash apportionment and payments to the district. It's now down to 2.6 billion. He's reduced it by 1.1 billion, which means the deferrals that were scheduled for next year in February 22 through May 22 and June 22. The February through May no longer exists, but it doesn't impact the current deferrals that are scheduled for this year, February through 2021. However, for next year, we will no longer have those deferrals. In terms of special ed, the governor is proposing to apply the compounded COLA of 4.05% to the special ed funding. This will increase our special ed base rate from $625 in the current year to approximately $650.31 per ADA. This is about an $88,000 increase on our based on our estimate for NUSD. And currently our funding is about 3.2 million, and it will go up slightly to 3,379,000. Just under 7 million, however, is what we contribute from our general fund. The governor is also proposing to supplement the expanded learning opportunities grant, which we received this year as well. This is new funding, and it is to be used for any purpose that supports targeted and research tested academic interventions, such as what he's calling high dose tutoring, which is intensive tutoring, re-engagement for students and families, anything to close learning gaps and address the barriers to learning, supports for designated students, and an increase in instructional time. This is one-time money, and the deadline for use of this funding will be from now to September 30th, 2022 to June 30th, 2024. And again, this is in addition to what we already received in Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant. He's also proposing to supplement the in-person instruction grant and adding another $2 billion in the budget for in-person instruction. And these dollars can also be used for the same thing that we received for this year, and it's for supplementing COVID testing, for example, sanitation and cleaning, any ventilation upgrades, any additional space needed for social distancing, etc. So this funding can be used from July 2021 through June 30, 2023. And in terms of distance learning for 21-22, the May revision assumes that in-person instruction for 21-22 will be the default for all students and all schools. He does allow distance learning, knowing that some families are hesitant to still send their children back to school. So what he's proposing is through independent studies that we will still be providing distance learning for next year. So there are only two ways for school districts to earn state apportionment funding in 21-22. And one is for full-time in-person instruction, and the other is for a program that relies on independent study statutes. And to provide a little bit more on what he's looking at for distance learning and expanding and enhancing the independent studies program, the requirements would be to provide access to technology, internet connectivity, and rigorous curriculum to develop the framework of tiered re-engagement strategies for students, to track and record daily student participation and interaction with teachers. There's also a proposal for extended learning for summer and after-school programs. And what the services that they're thinking about is that it should provide before or after school expanded learning that when added to daily instructional minutes amounts to no less than a 9-hour school day. What he's thinking that this would be providing also summer school. This builds on the after-school education and safety program, the ACES program, which we already currently have with Think Together at Schilling, Graham, and junior high. And it requires a 10-to-1 ratio for TK and 20-to-1 for grades 1 through 6. He's putting $1 billion in 21-22, and this will grow to $5 billion in 25-26. So this phased implementation will eventually be incorporated into the LCFF concentration grant. So after 25-26, his plan is to incorporate this budget into the concentration grant. He's also proposing a universal transitional kindergarten program. It's a 5-year plan. This year, he's looking at it as a planning year, this coming year, 21-22, where he's putting $250 million for planning grants and $100 million for facilities grant to prepare for the universal TK. In the first year, let's see, no, in 22-23, he's putting $900 million, and this will increase to $2.7 billion in 24-25. So in 22-23, we're looking at expanding TK eligibility for 4-year-olds whose 5th birthday occurs between September 2nd and March 2nd. And then in 23-24, it's September 2nd and June 2nd, and then 24-25 for September 2nd and September 1st of the following calendar year. So by 24-25, he's really looking at building a 14th grade is the way he's thinking of it. So this is just information on the statewide average reserve levels. The latest statewide data available on school district reserves from 1920 is an average unified school district has about 18.82% reserves. Elementary school districts have 22.7% reserves, high school districts 17.34%. And that's all I have. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mrs. De La Cruz. Student member Salami, do you have any questions?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I think you are still a little bit breaking down.
Okay, I'm gonna try. If break up, then you guys can just move on. But
sorry,
Mr.
I think my speaker turned off.
Okay.
Any questions?
Yeah, we'll let the student member to go first.
Okay.
Ms. De La Cruz, would you say that if the governor's proposal, assuming it's adopted by the state legislator, could alleviate or help with the deficit that we're forecasting in the next couple of years?
Yes, so with the new projections in the cost of living adjustment next year at 5.07%, and then in the next 2 years, there's also an increase in the statutory COLAs. We are now looking at a surplus in our budget instead of a deficit.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Member Gundel.
Yes, I just want to say that thank you, Ms. De La Cruz, for all this information. It's really encouraging news there's a lot of opportunities to deal with the learning deficit that the students have experienced, and also excited to see that additional grade, that 4-year-old education. And it's good to see that there's some ramp up time, because there's obviously facility issues that are in play there as well. So just thank you for the excellent presentation, and I'm encouraged.
Thank you.
I got a question on, I think on one of the slides, Ms. De La Cruz, did you talk about the pay down on the unemployment insurance for the district? Do you have a slide for that? Because can you briefly talk about that?
Yeah, so the unemployment insurance rate for next year is projected to be 1.23%, and currently it's 0.05%. So from our understanding is this is a 1-year projection. We're not sure if it's going to continue in the following year. However, we are able to use our ESSER funds to cover the increase in the unemployment rate. So that will help offset that cost.
So you were saying the current rate is 0.05 or 0.5?
0.05%.
So that's almost close to zero. And then the new one is going to be 1.23. That's what was
pretty dramatic, yes.
Yeah. And going forward, that any sign or indication that the 1% plus will be an ongoing rate, or it really just 1-year fluke?
The 1% in the LCFF base?
No, the 1.23 on the unemployment rate.
Oh, the unemployment rate. Yeah, right now it's only for next year. We have not gotten any confirmation whether they think it's going to be an additional year or if the rate will be the same in 22-23.
So can you give a brief idea of, even though the ESSER fund is paying for this, can you give a brief idea about how much money is involved with this 1.23% unemployment insurance pay down?
For us, it's about $500,000.
Okay, I see. Thank you. Any other board members? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. De La Cruz, for the wonderful presentation, and we'll keep an eye on when the legislature pass the budget and the governor adopts the budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next item will be our new business, expanded learning opportunity grant plan. Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Jean. So Ms. De La Cruz is going to dive into this as well. She did make some references to it in this May revised presentation. Essentially, this extended learning opportunity grant is some of the dollars that the governor has distributed, but it does require us to have a plan of how those funds will be spent. And so Ms. De La Cruz is going to explain a little bit about the plan that you have been shown in this agenda item. We also have Ms. Cervantes Folk here, who will also be supporting with this item.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Let me share my screen again. Oh, yes,
Yep.
Are you seeing?
Yep. Yes, we are. Sorry. Yes, we are.
Yes, we are. All right, Isabel.
Thank
Yes,
you.
so Isabel and I are going to present to you the Extended Learning Opportunity Grant. This is a requirement for us to receive the funding that we have to present a plan, and the board has to approve the plan by June 1st. And we, after the board reviews and approves it, then we submit it to the county. So I'm going to go ahead and have Ms. Cervantes Folk start.
Perfect. Good evening, board members, Dr. Triplett, and cabinet. Like Ms. De La Cruz mentioned, we have another plan for you to approve. The good thing is that it's more money and good use of money. Next slide, please, Marie. Thank you. Today's purpose is to provide you with information on the Extended Learning Opportunity Grant. excuse me, I believe it's supposed to say expanded learning. I just caught that. The purpose and the guidelines, and then present to you the plan for approval. Next slide, please. And as Ms. De La Cruz mentioned earlier in the governor's update of the budget, these are additional funds that we received. My apologies, that's my clock telling me it's almost time for bed, sorry. So we receive additional funds with every district receives some additional funds. And again, this is to be able to provide expanded opportunities, instruction opportunities for our students that might have experienced learning loss, health or emotional, that are in need of health or emotional supports due to the pandemic or due to being out of school for almost a year now. So they were providing us with these additional funds, and therefore we needed to provide with the plan as to how we were going to provide expanded learning opportunities for our students. Next slide, please. A couple of things that we must make sure we are aware of is that these are one-time funds. In addition to that, we were given guidelines as to how we may use the funds. What were some different strategies that we could employ? There were 7 strategies in total. We did not necessarily have to use the funds for each of the strategies, but again, we had 7 to choose from, and Marie can provide more information on that. And then another piece that was also highly recommended and was to make sure that we were using funds for additional support in the classroom, such as with paraprofessionals. The other piece too was that we did need to engage our stakeholders, and that it needed to be approved in a regular held board meeting. And like Ms. Marie De La Cruz mentioned, and it's due to the county office on the 1st of June. Next slide, please. And I will hand it over to Ms. De La Cruz, who will tell you a little bit more about the actual plan.
So the state provided us with a template for the Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant. The template includes a plan description of how we engaged our stakeholders, how are we identifying students and needs, and how are we communicating with parents and families, and how are we providing supplemental instruction and support. So these are all in the plan that was attached to the board item. In terms of the actual dollars, we were allocated a total of $3,966,170. The 7 categories that Ms. Cervantes Falk had mentioned, the first one is extending instructional learning time. So we put $260,200 in planned expenditures under that strategy, which includes summer school. And the second one is accelerating progress to close learning gaps through the implementation, expansion, or enhancement of learning supports. There's $874,417 in that category. And that includes intervention teachers, teachers on special assignments, our paraprofessional supports, and also instructional leadership teams. Integrated student supports to address other barriers to learning is the third category, and we budgeted $655,050 under that category, and that includes mental health services and health services, counselors, nurses, and things of that nature. The community learning hubs that provide students with access to technology, high-speed internet, and other academic supports, that's the 4th strategy. We didn't put anything in that category because we really don't have any community learning hubs at this time or have a need for that. And so the fifth one is supports for credit deficient students to complete graduation or grade promotion requirements to increase or improve students' college eligibility. Most of the budget is in this category. It's $1,705,863. This includes extra support for our students with counselors, especially for counselors. Additional academic services for students, $159,940 for academic supports in social emotional curriculum, and training for school staff on strategies to engage students and families in addressing students' social, emotional health, and academic needs. And there's $307,700 in that category. So all in all, it's a total of $3,966,170 planned expenditures.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. And we do have public speakers. Ms. Gutierrez, can you bring in the public speaker?
Yes, President Zhang, the first and only speaker for this item is Cheryl Goodwin. Cheryl, you may begin.
Hello. Tonight I have concerns about the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant Plan. If possible, I would appreciate it if you could share the plan on the screen and follow along with my comments. On page 1, near the bottom of the page, there's a section where the district was asked to describe how parents, teachers, and school staff were involved in the development of the plan. While you mentioned that there were town halls about reopening, nothing was ever mentioned in those meetings that was specific to this grant, and I'm almost certain that parents were never asked for input on budget priorities or strategies on how to recover from the COVID-19 related learning loss. The town halls were mostly you talk, the parents listen. We could ask questions, but there was never guarantees that they would be answered. In fact, the first time I recall the board even mentioning this grant money was at the last board meeting 2 weeks ago, when it was suggested by the county in the letter regarding the second interim budget report. I hope this plan has been in the works a lot longer than 2 weeks, and I hope that LCAP, School Site Council, DLAC, ELAC, and other stakeholder groups were directly involved in the development of the plan. I would love to hear from them on how much participation they were actually afforded. Now, let's look at the expenditures plan on page 2. For this section, the Department of Education provides 7 strategies in which to budget the grant money. Newark Unified lists $0 towards community learning hubs, and I need to ask why. Are you not intending to implement this strategy at all? Let's imagine what a community learning hub could look like. Perhaps it could be a drop-in program for students where they can get help in subjects they're struggling in. Perhaps they could have access to a quiet space to study and computers with strong internet connections. A few of these hubs in the district would be a great asset to our students. So why are there $0 budgeted for this strategy? There's another strategy labeled supports for credit deficient students to complete graduation or grade promotion requirements and to increase or improve students' college eligibility. This strategy, however, has a budgeted total of over $1.7 million, the most budgeted for any of the 7 strategies and almost half of the total grant money. Yet this strategy is the line item that targets the least number of our students. Exactly how do you plan to spend $1.7 million in this category? Had you actually engaged the parent community in the development of this plan, we parents wouldn't need to be asking these questions tonight. This plan comes up short and provides us with very limited information. I realize this is the information the Department of Education requested, but I believe I speak for more than just myself when I say that I want more information on exactly how this money is going to be spent. Please be transparent as you use the grant money so that the school community, including parents, can trust that the money is being spent wisely. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's the only speaker. Bringing back to the board. Any other questions and discussion from the board? Member Nguyen.
Thank you. So what I had wrote this down as a note when I was listening to the presentation and also reading through the documentation the other night. What was the mechanism used to determine the allocated amount for each of the strategies? And I do also have a concern that we aren't budgeting anything for community learning hubs that provide students with access to technology, high-speed internet, and other academic supports. This grant money is an opportunity for us to be able to build out community learning hubs. And so that students who do not have high-speed internet access in their homes and or technology, that we can help provide them with that access. So I just wanted to understand in depth why we wouldn't budget anything there. Thank you.
Yeah, I can start to answer that, and then Ms. Dela Cruz or Ms. Cervantes Folk, feel free to chime in. I really think that the Learning Hub category was actually created before, things are changing so fast that I think that area was created with the fact that there's a lot of distance learning going on in mind. And so as we're returning to in-person, and if we continue to see progress in that area, then the whole Learning Hub model, the model of having small groups of students in person while everyone else is in distance learning is no longer really is relevant. So in terms of the technology aspect of it, we absolutely consider and intend to utilize funds on technology and technology for students, but the Learning Hub is something that we didn't focus on because it really feels like it's something that's actually becoming outdated. Ms. Dela Cruz or Ms. Cervantes Folk, did you want to add anything to that?
Actually, I just wanted to re-comment on that, if my other board members don't mind. I do think that moving forward, that with what has happened in our across the world with this pandemic, and what has happened in the last year and a half in terms of how we're learning and everything like that, it has changed the way we're teaching. It has changed the way that we're learning, and I still do believe that there is still relevance in developing the community learning hubs. I understand that it may not seem like we may not need it, especially if we are all returning into in-person learning. But I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that some of our kids, and even in the governor's May revise, he has indicated, that there are going to be families, and we have to be prepared that there are going to be families in our district that aren't going to be ready to have their kids back into in-person learning. And then with that being said, I really do think that even for our the majority of our community, we just don't know. And in order for us to continue to have funds, we need to be able to support all of our students, whether in person or if they stay in distance learning and for independent study. So as we build out those programs, but I think the community learning hub in general is it's an idea of collectively having students and their families who need that additional help, that we provide that help for them. Thank you.
Thank you, board member Wen. Yeah, absolutely. Intervention and additional support for students who need it most. That is exactly what we're prioritizing in this grant. So we're funding additional intervention teachers, FTE for intervention teachers, for aides, additional aides to support students both in small groups and individual. And so the Learning Hub model, the way we have interpreted it and the way that language has been used this year is really about not distance learning, but rather small groups of students who are able to come to in-person learning when the school is not open to everybody. And so with the school opening now to larger in-person learning, that's why we felt like that idea of is no longer relevant. But the funding of computers and resources for students who are in distance learning or independent study is absolutely something that we are prioritizing for the upcoming year. But I think the general use of the term learning hubs has been to define small groups in person when everybody else is unable to return to in-person learning.
Yeah, I just want to add, part of the narrative in the plan does include a question about how are we integrating other sources of funds, such as the ESSER funds, into this plan. And we did describe that exact thing, and that we would be supporting this grant with additional technology supports for our families.
Member Gundel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to echo Member Nguyen's point. Newark is about to open a state-of-the-art library, which prior to the COVID and prior to it being closed, one of its most popular and most interesting programs was a homework club that they did, and the children would use the facility, use the internet, use the access to information, and was really important. So I think there's a role for I think as Member Nguyen indicated, I think learning and interaction is going to be changing. So maybe it's not in that exact because of the way that you're interpreting the design, but I certainly think that doing partnerships with the library, with the city, with the youth center, and being able to create places where students that have the good side of this distance learning has been that students have been more have had to use the internet more and had to have those resources. So perhaps it comes from other categories, but I would like to see us strengthen that so that one pivot out of this tragedy is that the children can use those resources even more effectively.
I think one other thing that I forgot to mention is that one of the requirements that 85% of the funds must be used for in-person services, learning or services. And that was one of the other pieces too that we kept thinking about, with the majority of it being for an in-person learning. And I think that was, we also continue to discuss with especially our administrators who then, had gotten information from their school site councils and their ELAC. We kept seeing the need for additional staff or additional support, especially in the areas of closing the achievement gap as well. So I agree with what everybody's saying, right, in terms of how can we increase this opportunity. Just wanted to reiterate that one of the things that we were looking at was the fact that we were bound with a certain percent of the funds being used for in-person.
If I could, that's not incompatible with what I was stating. I think that the kinds of services that are needed to make a hub work are actually people, actually teachers or aides to help the children access the information. It's not routers and fiber. It's humans. So thank you.
Member Martinez.
Thank you, President Zhang. Just kind of logistics around this money. This isn't our only supplementary funds that we're getting. I believe. Well, I know. So I think this is. I think to the question of timing, this was an additional one to. I think it's important to clarify. This is an additional grant on top of the incentive money that we received for coming back to school. Correct?
Yes.
Is there a timeline? Because also, And these are one-time funds, correct?
Correct.
What is the, when do we need to spend this money by?
The timeline is July 1, 2021 through August 2022.
Okay, so in the next school year.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think that's important, you know, I think just for perspective of that it is one-time funding, I absolutely agree and support the idea of a learning hub that's not different, that's different than the way we had been hearing of it, as Superintendent had mentioned. But we need to remember that then if that's a program, I think that's a different maybe programmatic shift that we would have to spend if that's the direction we want to go in, and we should have that conversation. But we need to be sure that that we're going to be able to fund it going forward. So I think that's just something we absolutely want to think about before we, you know, well, we can commit to doing it now. Just know that we don't have the ongoing funds, and we'll just have to make sure we have a conversation about it, would be my only caution. But I absolutely think that there is a place for partnerships. Just because some kids just need a quiet space, right? Even if we're back in school to do homework and things like that. So what would a program like that look in the long run to just offer that option, whether it's our after school program or something different? I think the key is, you know, offering something up. So I just wanted to comment on just making sure we have, you know, one-time versus ongoing expenditures. The second thing is around the 1.7 million. It's awfully disproportionate with, as I look at the description, you know, to make up for credits and for mitigating, you know, risks to graduation. And then the descriptor was, and I'm sure it wasn't complete, was a lot of it was counseling. That doesn't tell me a whole lot. And I know that you also don't have to tell, with this template, you don't have to give every level of detail. I get that based on your background. However, that's not much to go on, and it's such a disproportionate amount of the money. Can you, anyone tell us a little bit more about where that money is specifically going?
Well, the majority of it is going to counselors, and we've allocated additional counselors to all of our secondaries, as well as intervention teachers for our elementaries. So it's those types of supports.
Student member Salami, you have any questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to know if there was any specifics on the 159,900, the one for additional supports for students. Do you guys have any specifics on what that would look like, or what we're spending that money on as of now?
I'm sorry, which category was that? Member?
No, that's the 159,940, the additional academic services for students.
Social emotional learning curriculum. I can't remember the specifics. Do you remember what that was, Ms. Cervantes or Ms. Pierce? It's SEL curriculum. That's what I have in my notes.
So that's for SEL, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Was it the character strong? I'm trying to find that spreadsheet.
I think we can get back to you with more details about these different areas, but yeah, it's I believe it is in the SEL area.
Okay. Member Hill?
Yeah, thank you. So, so I want to kind of connect this conversation with an earlier topic that was on the agenda, which was the school board naming. And I think that we went with the school board naming through a very rigorous and good process, and we had lots of community input and, you know, lots of evaluation and voting. And I think that the results were we came up with something really good. And I think that as a board, when we see that kind of process, it's easy for us to get behind and support that. I'm concerned, however, when I hear, members of the public come forward, like Ms. Goblin, and say that in this current process, that it was really more of kind of a one-way conversation, and that they were being spoken at versus a collaborative, interaction. And the parents and the students, they are our customers. I think that they should be defining what the priorities are here. And I understand the speed at which we needed to kind of move to at least put things into buckets. So I can appreciate that. But I think that we now have time to maybe take a second look at it, after the money is allocated. And I really think that we need to figure out a way to have parents very involved in the details and the final decisions around this as this money gets spent.
If I may, so one of the ways in which we engage with our parents, we've been having our LCAP parent advisory committee that started in February. So we specifically held one of our meetings, which was in March, I believe, our April meeting, was specifically for the expanded learning opportunity grant. We gave an update on what we were doing with respect to LCAP, and then the rest of the time was for expanded learning opportunity. And at that point, they provided us with some recommendations as to how we could be using those funds. That, coupled with everything we had been getting starting in February from that advisory committee, as well as the input that I was receiving from the sites, because the sites were also asked to engage their school site council as well as their ELAC, right, in as we were developing the SPSAs for next year and also looking at LCAP. So we've really gathered everything, and we've been trying to figure out what can we pay with which funds, knowing that, these are one times, and so forth. So as we get ready to bring the LCAP to you and for public hearing in June, you're going to see also kind of like a crossover of the different type of services, for that same reason, because we keep seeing, for good reason, we are seeing the same trend across the board, right? The social emotional, the mental support, mental health support, and supporting our kids with any learning loss, or what we like to say, just learning gaps and so forth. We also had a day with our administrators where we brought them the entire list of what had been recommended, or what were some of the things that our constituents were saying. And we provided them with that list by category in terms of student achievement, parent engagement, student engagement, and also conditions of learning. And then our administrators took the time to really look at those lists. We kind of gave them the what are musts, what are some things you would be nice to have, and what are some things that if we could do without, of the list that we had gotten from our entire community. And so that also helped us in trying to delineate. And so as we were looking at that piece, we're saying, what can we do and spend or cover with our expanded learning opportunity, because we know they're one time. And then what is it that we're going to use our LCFF funds for our first year, which is a span of 3 years. So I understand that it may not seem like we engage with the community as much, in paper. I mean, for this particular set of funds, like I said, we know we did have one specific one for it with our parent advisory group that's already scheduled. But again, it's looking at every single input that we've gathered and how do they, mirror each other.
Yeah. Just to add to that on the, oh, sorry, Dr.
Go ahead, Ms. Dela Cruz.
Yeah, just to add to that, one meeting we did focus on the expanded learning opportunity grant with our parents. We specifically laid out every single category, every single one of these 7 strategies, and asked for input for each one of those strategies. So we got some really good feedback.
So I guess my I guess my question is so for the Learning Hub, it sounds like Learning Hub cannot be categorized as part of the in-person learning. Is that correct? Because 85% of the money must be in the in-person learning. So could not part of 85% includes the Learning Hub, or is that the Learning Hub has some special characteristic that cannot be classified as in-person learning?
Yeah, so the Learning Hub category is part of in-person learning. I will say, and I think maybe we need to do a better job of sort of explaining, but these categories are very broad, and there's many things that cross over many of those categories. I think in terms of, if we want to interpret Learning Hubs as intervention with small groups of students, there's certainly an extensive amount of this budget that is allocated to that. But we chose to put that in a different category just because Learning Hubs seem to be extremely specific and outdated. But we easily could have done otherwise. The categories are very broad. But what we really did is, I would say, a very extensive engagement with many different stakeholders. And what might be helpful is to come back with all of the details of the level of engagement with stakeholders, because it included actually board members, a board meeting, as well as multiple LCAP community meetings, as well as a number of meetings with principals, with different departments, engaging many stakeholders in what should the priorities be for this upcoming school year. And I think what Ms. Cervantes Folk was alluding to was, we really look at this as let's talk and let's engage with stakeholders around priorities for next year for funding. And then what we do is we say, okay, so we have these different buckets of funds, and what fits in what category based on what are the requirements of different funding streams. But really thinking about what is the community, the staff, the board saying are priorities for next year for funding in general. And what came out of that, loud and clear across all stakeholders, was mental health, social emotional learning, intervention for students, and then a number of other things. And so what we tried to do was really focus on what the community and what stakeholders were saying, as we then tried to find what budget area that those things could fit.
Hey, Member Martinez.
Yes, so I know we've kind of talked a lot about this one, but I wanted to thank you for that additional detail. I think, frankly, that was missed in this first go round. It didn't sound like there was a lot of engagement. We used our existing structures, if you will, I think is what I'm hearing. With regards to the ability, I think Member Hill mentioned this as well. So look, of course, we're going to accept this money. So we need to move forward with accepting the grant. How much movement can go from category to category once we submit the plan?
There's actually some flexibility, because the other part of this report is actual expenditures. So this is what we're planning as we know it today. And if it changes tomorrow, we still have that opportunity. So if our priorities change tomorrow and we end up needing to move some of the budget items to different categories, less of this, more of the other, we still have that opportunity. This is not set in stone, but this is the plan as we're proposing it today.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, when ready to, before I make a motion, I guess Member Brundell has comments.
Thank you. I'm still uncomfortable. I understand the flexibility, but I'm still uncomfortable seeing that 0 in the hub. I understand that staff's interpretation has been that was sort of a distance learning thing, but I really don't think it's only that. There's such a disproportionate amount of funding that's going towards helping graduation. I would like to see at least some money moved to that hub just as we go forward, with the understanding that there's some flexibility. I'd like to see some adjustment, so that in the future, as we do this plan, if we are using things that are being something like a hub, it's appropriately close to the plan. I hate to, on the fly make changes, but I am uncomfortable with a big fat zero there.
So, Ms. De La Cruz, is this a viable plan that we approve this tonight, because June 1st, you'll be submitting that before June 1st, and we come back at a subsequent meeting to reprioritize some of the allocation of funding, given that we do have flexibility on that?
Yeah, I think we can do that. And even if tonight you want us to move 100,000 to that category, we can reduce an amount from the 1.7, what's that category? The one to help graduation, just so we know that that is something that is important to the board, and we will allocate some funding there, if that's.
I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay, so given this, Member Grindal, if you are asking for adjustment of the allocation, can you make a motion with the adjustment of the allocation funding?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve this plan with the amendment of moving, as described by Ms. Cervantes Falk, moving 100,000 from the graduation assistance into the into the hub category. I hope that's clear enough.
I think you meant Miss De La Cruz, but just for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, a motion is made there. We do have a second hand, Member Hill.
Yes, sorry, not to put a monkey wrench in, but just to confirm. So even though we're identifying amounts of money that are going into different buckets, so this is the forecast, that at a future date, we can decide if we need to make adjustments in what goes in what buckets, that's possible, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I would hope this will be next month if some board member feel very strongly about this, because like I said, because of the June 1st deadline, we have to submit this, but we also heard there's instant flexibility on that. If somebody if somebody is feel very strongly about certain money that must be done, any board member can make a request, and we'll put it into the agenda or agenda for the June or either before our recess or after our recess. Okay, so Member Grindal made the motion. I seconded. Student Member Salami, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next item, 13.2 HVAC replacement project and resolution number 2020.21-030, authorizing staff to acquire equipment using sole source. Dr. Triplett?
Thank you, President John. So I believe Ms. De La Cruz and Ms. De La Cruz, we also have Mr. Caputo here this evening. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Dr. Triplett.
Okay, Ms. Gutierrez, can we admit Mr. Caputo, please? Yes, so this is regarding the plans to begin changing our HVAC systems and acquiring new systems. And so we're really excited to be trying to move forward with this as quickly as possible. And I'll turn it over to Ms. De La Cruz and Mr. Caputo to share the details.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen again. So Mr. Caputo is going to go over our proposed plan to move forward with the HVAC project. We're looking to replace all of the 300 plus units that are left to be replaced with the bond, and also using our developer fees money. And one of the ways that we're proposing to do that in order to get through DSA, because that's probably the longest process for us right now, is to use the same type of unit that we have now, because the specs in terms of the weight and everything else is pretty much the same, except they're newer units that are upgraded and with better technology. So I'm going to have Mr. Caputo, whenever you're ready.
Yes. Good evening, members of the board. Dr. Triplett, pleased to present this item tonight. The action item tonight is a resolution that authorizes the district to pre-purchase mechanical units for the replacement of the existing units that are approaching near end of life, and also to upgrade and standardize its energy management system. So as I go through the presentation, I'll introduce why we're looking at this avenue here to kind of expedite our ability to be ready to have these units essentially sitting on the sidelines as soon as we get regulatory approval and complete the bidding and procurement process. So if you go to the first slide. In April 15th, we reported that the engineers were completed or have completed their planning and prioritization process. As we've indicated prior, there's about 378 units that are of similar age and vintage that are nearing the end of their useful life and are due for replacement with new energy efficient units. Out of the 378 units, about 322 of them are between 1.5 and 12 tons. And most of the existing units and the units that have previously been replaced in the last couple of years are all Carrier brand units. The design team is initiating the DSA regulatory review and approval process at this time under the new COVID protocol. Typically without COVID, you would make an appointment, bring your drawings, and you can ask for an exception, review the project over the counter, and it's a much more expedited process when you're doing in-kind type replacements. However, under COVID, it's a little bit different process and a little bit longer process. In addition to most of these units being of small tonnage, DSA is extremely cautious about added weight on existing roofs. So whenever you look at mechanical replacements on roofs or other components being added to a roof system, whether it's a tower or solar or any appurtenance like that, DSA really looks hard at the existing structure and really wants the engineers to confirm that there will not be added weight. The engineer has been very cautious in looking at the existing units. He has matched them with more energy efficient models that are of the same weight or less. And as such, we are currently planning to complete the rest of the HVAC upgrades in 2 phases. Next slide, please. The first phase are these smaller units we're talking about, 1.5 to 12 tons. We're currently looking now, even though the PowerPoint shows 300 units, as much as 322 of the 375 units that can be replaced of similar size and weight. The engineer in matching these with newer, more energy efficient models These units will be able to use the same roof curbs. They will align with the existing ductwork. We won't have to change the power source or the location of the power connections. It's pretty much an unbolting of the existing one, a crane or helicopter to get it off the roof and to put the new unit on. Obviously, there's other connections and programming to the EMS system, but any other brand or with the second phase of the projects that are the larger units, they would require structural upgrades, changes to electrical, mechanical, and ductwork connections. So the goal here is we hope to present, well, actually on June 9, the design team is presenting 2 sites with full engineering and analysis to try and seek assistance with DSA to recognize that all these installations are similar throughout the campuses. And with a more extensive review of these 2, we are hoping to get an expedited review of the succeeding plans that will be provided to them subsequently right after this meeting. Next slide, please. So to expedite procurement and installation, staff is asking the board to consider advanced procurement of specific carrier replacement units. The district also has an energy management system that is the same brand throughout all its sites, although some of its sites have some older versions. Under a separate board action tonight through the maintenance department, some of those systems are being upgraded for your reopening process and for general maintenance. But the district would like to make the Allerton Sizer Co-Energy Management System a distinct and specific sole source vendor for the district. So it gets uniform tech support and it has the same system so that the maintenance department can open up a computer, can adjust temperatures, can open increased air, such as being done now. And to have different systems when you have all of them already existing in the site just doesn't make good financial sense and is against the grain of public bidding or allows the district an exception in that regard. And then as I indicated earlier, the balance of the units are the larger units that require more extensive engineering and DSA review process. And so I believe the next slide would be an update on the budget, or we can go to the resolution, whichever you prefer, Ms. Dela Cruz.
Yeah, so let's go to the resolution. I don't think it's a slide, but we did, we attached the resolution which allows the district to declare the Allerton system as a sole source. That way, when we go out to bid for the installation, the contractors can't bid anything other than Allerton, because usually what happens when you go out to bid is you have or equal, you know, you say you would specify Allerton or equal. So if we don't specify the Allerton as a sole source, then we might get bids for the or equal, and then we have to deal with different systems in terms of the management system. So we want to be able to standardize on the Allerton because that's what we have now, and that's what the resolution does for us.
Okay.
Any questions?
Before we bring back to the board, we have public speakers. Ms. Gutierrez, can we bring in the public speakers?
Yes, President Bong. Okay, our first speaker is Cindy Park.
Good evening. I submitted written public comments for the board project update, which was on the April 15th, 2021 agenda. So some of my points might seem familiar. At the April 15th meeting, the Measure G project manager, Mr. Caputo, said it would cost approximately $10 million to replace the remaining HVAC units. When questioned by Member Hill, Ms. De La Cruz confirmed around 9 to 10 million and admitted only 25% of the units have been replaced. According to the Measure G Bond Oversight Committee's financial reports from California Financial Services, as of 2/28 of 18, 25% of all HVAC units has cost the district $16.3 million, and district costs are not included. Even with smaller units, how can 75% of the total units cost less than 25%? I encourage you to ask for cost clarification. The HVAC information was shared by Dr. Triplett at the Liaison Committee meeting on April 26th. Councilmember Hannan had some questions, and one of them was about the replacement timeline. Dr. Triplett said the rest of the HVAC units would be replaced by the summer or fall at the latest, which seems like a ridiculous timeline since it took 5 years to replace 25% of the units. Hopefully the information I have just conveyed was confirmed by the report on previous HVAC completed work and costs per site as requested by Member Nguyen at the end of the April meeting. Dr. Triplett agreed to provide the information. Ms. De La Cruz confirmed the information was based on Measure G projects, and the request is captured in the minutes. Having said all of this, I am very concerned about the resolution, as it has no cost listed and the parameters of this is being a sole source venture under the Governor's March 4th, 2020 State of Emergency Executive Order. Please make sure you know all the facts before you move forward with this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Eric Tam.
Hello.
Hi, you may begin.
Hi, good evening, board, Dr. Triplett and staff, and thank you, Mr. Caputo. I just had a couple of questions about the resolution when I was reading this week. The first question was around the two clauses, and I'm going to read them. Whereas the purpose of the HVAC unit is to improve learning and to protect the health students, staff, and parents at the school sites, particularly given the fact that robust HVAC units can help prevent the spread of COVID at a time when the district is moving to reopen its schools. And whereas the District Board of Education in a resolution dated April 1st, 2021, recognized the urgency of combating COVID-19 and provided district staff the flexibility and discretion in the procurement of material and supplies used to combat COVID-19, with said resolution supported by the State of California's proclamation of emergency dated March 4th, 2020. To my understanding, we gave the emergency power to staff to combat COVID to keep our children and staff in the district safe. If staff and kids have been in class for almost a month now, doesn't that mean these two clauses are not really applicable and that we shouldn't be using this for the sole source resolution? And then now putting on my project management hat, and I'm looking to Member Hill and Member Martinez, my fellow project managers. This project doesn't seem like a project that's set up for success. You're going to use sole source, and you're going to skip the request for bidding and remove the equal clause. You have an aggressive timeline, and Ms. Cindy Parks just described or provided data about doing 25% of that work in 5 years, but doing 75% of those units in a much shorter amount of time. You have there are major budget gaps in the document provided in the resolution. You don't have a bigger plan on how the larger units will be replaced and what the structural work included and the costs. I believe those were 70 units because 300 units were within the 1 to 12 ton range that Mr. Caputo just talked about. And finally, the business reason in the resolution is to protect our children from COVID. And also the near end of life. But our kids seem to be safe enough for the school to reopen. So it doesn't seem we have that urgency to do this resolution. So I'm speaking to Member Hill and Member Martinez specifically. If you put on your project management hats and, would you accept this project and lead this at this present time with the present budget and with the present deadline? So I hope the board will reconsider. I'm not saying that we shouldn't replace HVACs, but I say we need a bigger and better plan. Thank you.
Thank you. That will bring back to the board. Member Grindal.
I'm not sure that Member Hill wasn't first, but I'll go ahead and go. Just my question is, there's been discussion in looking at these HVAC systems that the filters that we really would have liked to have in didn't really work with the systems that we have. So is that problem solved through this? That's one question. The other question is just to confirm that by going sole source, it's really more about having compatible systems and having a time frame that's more tightened than it is necessarily about COVID.
Yes, so to respond to your question, first of all, the previous projects were done over a period of time. They were phased. They weren't successive projects that were done one right after another. There were time slots between them. I don't have the exact dates offhand, but some were replaced in 2012 and 2014. And they were specific. They tried to spread the money around to the campuses, so they would do parts of each campus. With this project, we would complete, well, let me also say that the previous projects dealt with the most expensive applications. They were dealing with the larger units that are on the gyms and the libraries, the cafeterias, such like that. So they were more difficult and more expensive installations. With the completion of this project, most of the district's elementary sites and the junior high school will be complete with newer units. All the older units will be replaced. It'll really just leave the high school and one elementary school. There's one elementary school that has a different type of system with ductwork that's underneath the concrete slab that can't be verified. We'll be changing that out with a different system that's under analysis and engineering right now. And the balance is going to be at the high school for the gyms and the larger areas, but not classrooms. So with the project that we're undertaking now, they are smaller, less expensive units, and they don't require all the appurtenant work that would otherwise be required in terms of structural upgrades and relocating electrical, mechanical, putting different curbs on and such like that. So I hope that addresses the timeline and the cost issues. As far as the cost analysis for the balance of the project, when this was started, the district appropriated $3.3 million and has found money to increase that budget with an attempt. We still have to continue to challenge that budget every day. These under COVID and other requirements are, we're finding a real peak in this industry in terms of costs. As far as the representations to COVID readiness, I think when the council was drafting this, he was recognizing that these units will easily handle MERV 15 or MERV 13 filters and higher, even higher filters in some cases. So the existing units have some difficulties with MERV 13 filters. They can be put in. The testing and air balancing and commissioning consultant are analyzing all that right now and have just recently said through their tests that the existing units can handle the MERV 13 filters. It does put a little bit more impact on the operation of the existing systems. In previous applications, the district was able to produce a project to DSA for multiple sites. Under the current DSA protocol, the engineers have to develop plans that are site-specific, one site at a time. That's why we're having to bifurcate it the way we are, differently than what was done in the past. The regulations have just changed. So, you know, with energy efficiency upgrades, better air handling units, and economizers, it will provide more enhanced COVID readiness, but the work that the district has been completing for reopening of campuses is addressing the urgent needs right now to meet those same ASHERA and CDC requirements.
Okay, before we move on, I'm watching the clock. I will move to extend the meeting to 11 to be safe. Can I get a second?
A second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Student board member, you feel free to drop. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Gundel?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
My name is yes as well. Meeting is extended to 11 p.m. as of now. Student board member, before you go, do you have any questions for this item?
No question on this item.
Okay, thank you. Member Hill?
Yeah, I'll let Member Martinez go first if you'd like.
Member Martinez?
Thank you, Member Hill. So no, and Member Grindal, I think you hit a lot of the I think the questions I had or clarification points. I think that with the single source, it really is a compatibility issue, and I think, you know, from that perspective, it makes sense. And I also maybe, you know, kind of just a clarification that you covered, Mr. Caputo, which is it's difficult to compare the past approach versus the current approach. I think that for some time now, with regards to COVID, but even prior to that, there's been an ask, not only from us, the board, but the teaching community, the teacher community, the broader community about what's our plan to replace, you know, our aging HVAC system. So I really appreciate the fact that you all put together a comprehensive plan. I think we have not had a project manager, and maybe folks need to hear that as well, because that's part of the gap of what's been the delay. So, you know, since you are now our project manager, and as we're looking at the sheer number of units, do you have any concerns about being able to get those units replaced, you know, by the fall at the latest? If that's the target, I guess I haven't seen the timeline. If that's the time, was there a concern with being able to meet that timeline?
The phase 2 units are challenged to get them done by fall, perhaps winter. We'll have to work, you know, obviously during breaks at times, because when you're replacing units on the roof structures, you obviously can't have students or teachers in those classrooms.
I'm sorry, I should have been clear. I was specifically speaking about phase 1, which are a lot of the small units, which I think from a priority, getting the classroom, the high use space, because I think you hit the, you know, you addressed the issue as we've mitigated the urgent concerns, but we're now talking about the long-term solution, I think, with this plan. So with regards to phase 1, are you comfortable that we could hit the fall target? So
the concern with phase 1 is really we're at the mercy of the state right now, and they're under COVID restrictions and protocol. They have a lot more projects going under their purview right now. They are passing them off to other offices that have lesser demand. And the engineers fully believed when they started this process that these meet the test for exceptions. But under COVID and under the fact that these are all on the roof and it's a very expensive project. It falls outside of their, you can just go do it. Obviously, if one of these units replaced tomorrow, the district under an emergency basis can replace it in kind without going through DSA. But DSA is the state's regulatory permitting agency. And, we're having to apply for their consideration for an exception and expedited review. We don't know how fast they're going to turn that around, but that's certainly the attempt. There's a meeting on June 9th to discuss that specifically. And the engineers are preparing to go to them with almost a very full engineered, as if it's not an exception. They're providing all the engineering to show them that this and the subsequent projects that are coming into their in-basket all meet the same criteria. So if they can get it expedited, that's the reason why we want these units to be pre-purchased and on the sidelines. Can we get it done by August 11th? It really is dependent on DSA right now, but we're trying to do as much overlap in the bidding process and in the procurement process as we can to make the most out of a diminishing summer window.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would just add that the second part of that just really is that in a normal procurement situation, you would put a project out to bid after you get approval from the state, or maybe you can advance the advertising. You have to list it, advertise it for 2 times in the newspaper, 7 days apart. You have bid walks and you have a bid time. The bidding process is usually 35, 40 days. Then you review the bids, hope that there's no bid challenges or withdrawal of bids, and then you prepare it for board approval. Thereupon you enter contracts, provide a notice of award. The contractor then gets his bonds and insurance, takes about 7 days. It's reviewed. You issue a notice to proceed. They then issue subcontracts. That mechanical contractor then, when he gets his contract approved, submits all the work that the engineer is doing right now to show that he's meeting the requirements of the specifications, gets approval to place the order, and then they're either shipped or manufactured. So primarily this request to pre-order these is more time sensitive than it is cost sensitive, but trust that the engineer and I will work with the vendor to ensure that we are getting competitive prices. I mean, we all have a long history of buying these in different districts with different vendors. So, and the purpose of this also is to just place the order and produce a purchase order so that we can start manufacturing. The intent is in the bid package, it will be assigned to the contractor, and then hopefully the timing will gel to where they then take ownership of the final procurement and handling and installation.
Member Hill.
Sorry for a long answer.
Member Hill.
Yeah, thank you. So, I have concerns around this approach. I mean, as you guys know, I've spent the majority of my career in business, but what I may not have shared is that I have an MBA in supply chain management from Michigan State University, which is one of the top universities in supply chain management in the world. I have extensive experience with procurement and have been involved in a number of procurement projects. And sole sourcing can be a very dangerous proposition. And what the assumption that we're making right now is that we are smart enough to determine what the ideal spec is, and that we can then lock in on that. And the idea is that by doing that we're going to streamline and we're going to accelerate the process. And I know that there's great interest in trying to accelerate this, and there's impatience given how long this whole process has been going. But this is like almost kind of a once in a generation type of investment. And I think that the challenge is that haste makes waste. And we've seen this recently in, our whole ionization unit issue, where we were rushing to it, we missed some things, and now we're having to deal with the fallout. And the advantage of not following a sole source approach and actually opening it up to a broader RFP is that you can have different vendors bringing in best practices and maybe things that we haven't thought about that can either improve performance or can impact cost. And so I think that, I don't think we should delude ourselves in thinking that somehow if we cut corners, that we're somehow going to be able to get all these units in and we're going to be COVID compliant. Even if we do this sole source, it's still going to be a long, it's going to take time. But I say, since if we're going to do this, let's do it right. Let's go through the right process. And that's why the state has established certain procedures and protocols. And I think that we deviate from those at our peril. So my suggestion is that we go through the regular process, even though it's longer, we don't go through this sole source approach.
Any other comments from the board? I got member Nguyen.
Yes, so I'm just curious, is the reason for the sole source mainly because of the Allerton Cisneros energy management system, because these units are compatible with that system, and therefore we are sole sourcing for that particular reason? Are there other units out there that is compatible with the Allerton Cisneros system?
So 2 items. The Allerton Sizer-Co is the energy management system. The district has one in every unit right now. And in some cases, they're a little bit older models. So this would just allow the district to standardize those and upgrade them as part of the project. What happens with these systems is that an Allerton doesn't talk to another system or another system. There is one adaptive software I know of called Pelican, but that's a whole nother cost and approach. The Allerton systems are used widely. They're a good system. Other systems are good too. Most districts try and standardize their energy management systems for the purposes that we discussed earlier. The carrier is the actual air conditioning, heating and air conditioning package units or heat pumps that are mounted onto the roofs of each of the classrooms. For most cases, they're individual units per individual classrooms. That's why they're smaller.
Great, thank you.
Member Gundel.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on Member Nguyen's question. Just once more, the sole source isn't to save time. The sole source is to ensure that we have a standardized and a compatible system. Is that accurate?
With respect to the Allerton Sizer-Co, yes. With respect to the carrier units, it's just that under public contract code in a formal bid, districts either have to list 3 commensurate projects or allow an or equal. And in this case, the engineer, from what I understand, has looked around and, carrier makes units that are a more simplified installation. And so it eliminates possibilities of a bidder getting a good price on a mechanical unit of another brand, but then when they recognize after award and they try and bring in a substitution that it requires roofing work, mechanical, electrical changes, and they're going to want extra money for it. And it's really not having to fight the fight and prevailing over the fight. It's why do it? in this particular case, it's just a more efficient installation, but it's at the board's direction. It just gives the district the best chance of getting this done as fast as possible.
So in terms of like, I mean, in where I work, we have sole source systems, you know, in a couple of places, mainly our Cisco router. And so we have a lot of Cisco products, but so I understand that, that I'm not opposed to sole sourcing products, but the only other thing is that if we do a full RFP, you could still go with these brands that are brought up, but during those full RFPs, the price match might be higher, might be different. So if you have a standardized vendor that you can go directly to, that would eliminate and cut some costs down in terms of procurement, correct?
Yeah, but like anything, you still have to vet it out. And, you know, when you do have sole source vendors over a period of time, you still have to put them to the test every now and then to make sure you're getting competitive numbers.
Yeah,
so
I'm sorry. With the carrier units, Ralph, correct me if I'm wrong, aren't we, I mean, aren't they available from different vendors? It's not like
right,
only one vendor that could.
Different warehouses, yeah.
Right. So we're standardizing on the carrier unit, but we're still going to do our due diligence to get the best price for that particular model or that specification. Because what we're trying to do is standardize in terms of the unit that meets our needs right now and our timelines.
yeah, I mean, from an engineer perspective, sometimes if a platform becomes so standardized and become commonplace, you will unfortunately have this kind of limitation and vendor lock-in. So that's in certain things, that's just the reality of the business world. Yeah. Member Hill?
It's not a sole source in a sense like Apple. You can only buy from Apple. So it's more, the standard is the carrier and the sole source is the Allerton.
But my issue is how confident are we in the spec? And oftentimes you can get help with your spec through the bidding process and through the clarification during the bidding process. And given that we've been hearing all sorts of issues with our HVAC, our pre-existing HVAC system, you know, do we really know, you know, are we going to be coming in with something that's going to, you know, take us to the next level and last for the next 10 plus years? Or are we kind of building on a house of cards and then we're going to be revisiting this whole issue 3 years from now? And I think that going through a more rigorous process will guarantee that we have a better outcome.
So Ms. De La Cruz, can you follow up on the sole source question? You're saying the sole source is not just it's different from no bidding. We're still going off for bidding. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so with the carrier unit, we're trying to standardize on that particular specification, but we're able to get quotes from different vendors. It's not just from one vendor. The carrier unit can be purchased from different vendors. So we would get competitive bids, but with that specification. If you open it up, then you're taking a chance of maybe possibly getting something because we're a low bid, public bids always based on low bid. You could end up with a product that's not as good as what we have now. Normally, you know, that's the chance that you're taking with public bidding and changing the spec or allowing the or equal.
So just for clarification, the sole source is for the standardization of the Allerton. So the units have to be compatible with the Allerton energy management system, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah,
So
okay.
Allerton is the sole source. That's also part of our standards right now, and we don't want to change to a different management system. And we know that the carrier unit is compatible with Allerton. That's why for that one is a sole source.
Yeah, and Allerton with most other units, but the other component here is that Carrier makes different models that work in this application. But the engineer has gone through the exercise of speccing models from Carrier that, you know, are really just sort of pop off and pop on, as opposed to a whole lot of other retrofit that could happen with other Carrier models or different brands. So I think that's the distinction in this particular instance.
Okay, watching the clock, we're almost 30 minutes on the item. Is the board ready to call for a vote? If yes, may I get a motion?
I move to approve staff recommendation.
A motion made by Member Martinez. May I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. I think student member Salami is not here anymore. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Grindel?
I vote yes.
Member Nguyen?
I vote yes.
Member Hill?
No.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 4 ayes and 1 no vote. And Member Hill has made pretty clear why he has stated his reason for the opposition. Thank you, Mr. Caputo. Moving on to next item, Cisco software update, HVAC and management system. Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you. Figure we'll stick with the HVAC theme here and just keep riding it. So this one is about our Sizer Co. Allerton system, and I'll turn that back over to Ms. Delacruz.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. If you recall, back in January, we presented a multi-year service agreement with Sizer Co. And in that board item, there were some questions about the upgrade that was mentioned in the service agreement, but wasn't part of the service agreement. So the board had asked us to come back with the proposal on the software upgrade, which is what we are here to do tonight. So I have Ms. Ash here from Sizer Co. to answer any questions regarding this item. So basically, this is the upgrade to our Sizer Co. software from the current to the new Compass. So the existing software that we have now is outdated.
Okay, I believe we have a public speaker. Ms. Gutierrez, could you bring in the public speaker?
Yes, our public speaker for this item is Eric Tam.
Hi, board. This is a super quick comment here. I did watch the January 7th video, and when Ms. Alana Ash presented, I'm going to channel Member Nguyen, Member Martinez, and President Zhang on that night. I believe they were asking about the broader picture. What does that look like? And if I read the scope of work correctly, it only talks about the software upgrade, as Ms. Delacruz just talked about. So does this automatically mean that you would take the service contract and training from years 2 to 5 from the last proposal? Or is there another proposal that would be upcoming? So again, kind of the project management thing here, doesn't look like we have the larger plan. And I believe that's what the board member asked for in January 7th, is to see the larger plan. What does training look like? What does service look like? What does, software upgrade all look like together? So that's just my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Bring back to the board. Any questions from the board? Member Nguyen?
Yes, so I had sent in my questions to staff. And basically when I was going through the proposal, I did have some questions, and I did get the response back, but I just wanted to ask them openly here so that our community is aware. And then Ms. Ash answer. So basically in the proposal, there was, when I was looking through it, it had stated that did not require hardware replacement, but then in the assumptions clarification, it states that the server is to be provided by NUSD. So I'm sorry, I keep pronouncing the system wrong. Sizero? Sizerco.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, thank you. To provide NUSD with the Compass server specifications. And then, so the current server that is hosting right now is on Windows 2008 and is no longer supported. So the district will have to set up new servers according to the Compass server specifications. Can it be a virtual server? Does it have to be a physical server? What operating systems can the new version run on? Windows 2016 or 2019? When will the server hardware specs be made available to the IT staff for review so that they are able to determine if additional funds will be needed to be allocated for the purchase of a physical server in order for the software upgraded to be implemented? So those were some of the questions that I had. And then the other question was whether or not all those units had Ethernet connectivity already. And then I did get a reply back, and I'll have Ms. Ash present the responses.
Absolutely. So I would like to start by thanking the board and Superintendent Triplett for having me out here again today. So thank you. And I appreciate everyone's questions, and I'll just jump right into them. I know it's getting late. I've already met with the IT director regarding the server specifications, and he has assured me that everything that we have requested will be able to be developed. And so, yes, to your answer, we can have either a virtual or a physical machine. The IT department would like to move forward with a virtual machine, so we will work with them to get that all updated. The Compass software, it works with Windows 2012, 2016, 2019, and Windows 10. So we've made that information available to the IT department, and they will make a decision on which Windows operating system they'd like to move forward with. As far as the network connections, all of those are already in place. It's something that the IT department will always provide to Sizerco prior to a project beginning. And so what that looks like is at each global controller, which is the main global controller or the main controller at each school, a Ethernet connection is made at that global controller. All of the additional networking is then provided at the virtual machine so that we can connect to the rest of the district. So all of these requirements have been made clear to the IT department, and they see no problem with moving forward with it. So.
Okay, great. And then my last question was that in regards to also Mr. Tam, he had wanted to know, and I did ask this in my initial question to you guys, was that if this is approved tonight, will you be bringing back the 5-year support and maintenance training contract in detail and present it to us again?
Absolutely. I've discussed this with Ms. De La Cruz once we move forward with this Compass proposal, and if the board would like to move forward with it, on the next board meeting, we will propose the next service contract where I have included additional training on this software.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you. I think because last time when we had a couple months ago, our biggest concern is we're not comfortable bringing back the 5-year training if we don't have any software upgrade, and we're not comfortable bringing back a long-term contract even before we have a system that, when we had a system that are supposed to be outdated and supposed to be upgraded. So that answered my question as well. Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, anybody is ready to make a motion?
Since I gave Ms. Ash a hard time last time, I'm going to make the motion to approve staff recommendation this time.
Actually, before the second, I have one more question for Mrs. De La Cruz. I think right now, this is from the routine maintenance account, restricted maintenance account. Would the 5-year service and training contract also be from the routine restricted maintenance account, or is from a different funding source?
Yes, it would also be from the routine restricted maintenance account.
Okay, I will second the motion. Motion made by Member Nguyen, seconded by myself. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
I vote yes. Member Zhang, if we could take down the vote.
Okay.
Ms. Gutierrez has stepped away.
Okay. Member Grindel,
I vote yes.
Member Hill,
Yes.
Member Nguyen.
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Thank you, Mrs. Ash, and
Thank you for your
good
time,
night.
everyone.
Thank
Good
you,
night.
Ms.
Thank you.
Moving on, award of moving services bid. This is a Fund 40 special reserve. Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Jun. So this item is related to the different moves that we are planning for, given the merger as well as the consolidation the following year of music and all of the different aspects that of moving that are required based on this decision from the board. So Ms. Dela Cruz is going to share the details about the bidding process and the bid that we're bringing forth.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Yes, so this recommendation is to award the moving services RFP to Waters Moving and Storage, who's the lowest responsible bidder. We sent out the RFP 01/20/2021 on May 3rd, and we had a mandatory bid walk and walk through all 3 schools, Snow, Graham, and Music on May 10th. The bid was due on May 13, and there were 5 moving companies that actually attended the walkthrough, and of those 5, only 3 submitted the bid. And of those 3, there was 1 company that withdrew their bid. The scope of the work will include moving services for Snow, going over to the Snow Graham merged school. And then there's also some moves within Graham School. And there's 3 TK and K classrooms at Music that will be moving over to Kennedy and BGP. So this move also will include any teachers at Snow or Graham that are being located to other sites.
Okay, bringing back to the board. Given no public comments, questions from the board? I guess my question is, I know Russian funds for general capital improvement, and why is this sort of qualify for Russian fund?
So this is a capital project in terms of facilities, because it is related to our facilities changes and consolidating schools. So we can justify it out of a special reserve from capital outlay.
Okay. Any other questions? I'll move that we approve using our Russian fund for the moving services bid. May I get a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Member Martinez. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Thank you, Mrs. Dela Cruz.
Thank you.
Consent calendar personnel report. May I get a motion to approve the personnel report as presented?
I move to approve the personnel report as presented.
Motion made by Member Martinez. I will second it, seconded by myself. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindel, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote? Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen.
Yes.
My vote is as well. Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to consent calendar, non-personnel items. We do have public speaker on 15.5 and 15.7. I will move that we approve item 15.2 through 15.9, except for 15.5 and 15.7. Can I get a second?
A second.
Seconded by Member Grindel. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is this as well. Motion carried with 5 ayes. Going back to item 15.5. Warrant report for April 2021. Ms. Gutierrez, could you please bring in the public speaker?
Yes, President Zhang, the speaker for this item, we have two speakers. So the first speaker is Christine Clinton. Actually, 1 second, President Zhang. I believe.
Yeah, I don't see her there.
Yeah, it's not correct. So then we'll move on to the second speaker.
Okay.
And we have Eric Tam.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hi, it's late in the night, so I'll make this super quick. I was scanning through the warrants. A couple items I wanted to highlight for the board if you didn't notice. So we had consulting again with, I know the Dr. Hernandez contract. There was a, I believe, Yorana Jackson for another $3,650 and another, and a superintendent coaching consultant, Mr. Fred Brill. And you add those up, it's again, close to $15,000, I believe, or sorry, $13,000. So I just, we've laid off staff, cut funds, merged schools, just hoping that, we can continue to see if there's any ways we can reduce those consulting fees. Second item I want to highlight is the HEPA filters are actually lined item here. If I read that correctly, the first one, we only came up to 20,000 for HEPA filters. So I'm curious, Ms. Dela Cruz, if May warrants will have more. I just want to highlight that to you, to the board. Remember the price tag that you put on ionization as the go-to solution. And then it'd be curious to see what the final price for HEPA filters is. But currently I'm seeing 20,000 for the Austin Healthcare HEPA filters. So, and I also see a $100,000 Chromebook, investment. And I hope that, Ms. Dela Cruz, did we go through the billing process or is there a bidding process for that? So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Or any staff member that want to respond to the question? Member Hill?
So is one of the contracts that was just mentioned by the speaker, is that related to the implicit bias training?
Yeah, I can answer that. Yes, the Ms. Gutierrez, could you take down the screen, please? Yes, there is a contract in the warrant report that is related to the implicit bias training.
So Superintendent Triplett, do you know which item is related to the implicit bias training?
I don't have the.
What's the question, President Zhang?
Yeah.
What was the question?
So which item on the report is related to the implicit bias training? On the warrant report, okay.
The trainer is Urena.
It's on page 20 of the report.
Yeah. Urena Jackson, I think is her name.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. So what was the question?
Oh, I guess it's just Member Hill and I have the the question about which one is sort of related to the implicit bias training.
Yeah, Urena Jackson is our trainer for the implicit bias training. And the warrant shows payment of $3,625.
Okay. So another thing I would like to ask is the superintendent for the coaching. Is that part of the contract when we sign with you about the district will pay for certain superintendent coaching? Yeah,
That's correct.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
because
built into the contract.
Yeah, because I do remember when we signed a contract, there is a portion that we said, given this is your first time being superintendent, the district will pay for your coaching and advice. Okay.
Yes.
Without any other question, I move that we'll approve the warrant report as presented. May I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
No.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. And Member Grindal, can you explain your no vote?
You mean me?
That was Member Hill.
Hill.
Oh yeah, Member Hill.
Yeah, so so we as a board have not discussed, deliberated, or formally approved implicit bias training. And given the challenges that we've had around that, and given that this is something that I think should be a board prerogative, I actually, and I'm going to be asking for this later, I believe that we should stop this program until we as a board have discussed this and as we've gotten community input on whether this should continue. So therefore, I cannot support funding for something that we haven't discussed, deliberated, and formally approved.
Okay. And if I'm not wrong, I guess the implicit bias training is over, right? It's completed.
There is a final training session that will occur on this Monday. And this, just want to remind the board that implicit bias was something that the board approved in the Black Lives Matter in the classroom resolution. And that's the impetus for us having these trainings throughout the year.
So was this training explicitly called out in that resolution?
In the resolution, there is an item around directing the district to hold implicit bias trainings during this school year.
In the resolution?
Yes, in the resolution, there's something that names that there will be implicit bias trainings for staff.
For this year?
I'd have to go back. I don't want to misspeak. I think it's just in general, but it might be for this year. I would need to go back and be sure.
Okay. Moving on to item 15.7, Ms. Gutierrez, can you bring the speaker?
Yes, the speaker for this item is Cindy Parks.
Good evening. I'm speaking on this item to bring a process to your attention. On your agenda under guidelines for public comment during open communication, closed session, and agendized items, while under social distancing guidelines for the board meeting for written public comment, it says, these comments will be shared with the trustees and notice will be made to the official public record. However, these will not be read out loud. Now, I don't know what you think notice will be made to the official public record means, but apparently it means the minutes will reflect, and this is what's from the October 15 minutes, public comment was made available and a written public comment was submitted by Cindy Parks, provided a statement on topic of bond projects update. Last year during the school consolidation committee meetings, the submitted comments in full became part of the record. I submitted my comments in writing due to the charts I included, and I wanted you to have the information prior to the meeting. hoping that the information would prompt questions. Again, I'm bringing this to your attention in case you weren't aware the written comments aren't being made available in their entirety to the public. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? I move that we approve the meeting of the board meeting, the minutes of the April 15th, 2021, regular meeting of board. May I get a second?
I second.
Seconded by Member Martinez. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Grundell,
I vote yes.
Member Hill,
Yes.
Member Nguyen.
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries unanimously. Board of Education Committee report. Anybody from Mission Valley ROP?
Sorry,
Okay.
sorry, just coming off mute. Just very quickly, yesterday, the Mission Valley ROP announced their Student of the Year for the different pathways. They also announced the ROP scholarship winners as well. So just a lot of hard work happening over on the team. And I just really wanted to commend all of their efforts. And there was a lot of celebration. There's a video that's been uploaded onto their website. So I recommend, and you learn a little bit about our very hardworking students and just all of their achievements across not only our schools, but our sister districts, Fremont and New Haven.
Okay, thank you. Nothing for SELPA. What about liaison committee? Looks like nothing.
No updates on
Ah.
the lead. There's no update. We will be having a meeting in June, but we will keep you updated.
I guess nothing for EBIC as well. Audit committee,
Nothing.
nothing, and parcel tax probably nothing. Board of Education request, Member Martinez.
Thank you, Member Zhang. Yes, I do actually have a request. So week before last, actually, there was an organization that reached out with regards to potentially sponsoring a resolution to celebrate our LGBTQ student, staff, community. And, they shared some information in terms, again, what other districts are doing. And that's something that, I did approach Superintendent about, and I'm really interested in collaborating. I know student board member Salemi is off already, but I would like to engage Superintendent, perhaps with student member Salemi. I know that there was an email that went out about some of the affinity groups that Ms. Pierce is working on. So I would love to be able to collaborate on that. Specifically, I think this one is on a personal level is important to me, just like a lot of the things that we talk about with supporting our subgroups, whatever those definitions are. I think there's many of us say that we don't discriminate, or we don't this, or we, whatever, right? That we don't see color or whatever the issue is. But there's a big difference from saying that that I don't have a problem with it to truly being an ally and truly being supportive. And I say that for me, it's personal because I've always said I think I'm supportive, but when I look at, well, what have I done to really make sure that our LGBTQ community feels that they truly have allies and advocates, I really haven't done anything. And in many instances, I think that's part of what we're trying to do as a board is be more vocal about it. and making sure that again, our students, our staff, our community really feel like they've got a support system. So that's a request I would have, Superintendent.
Okay, Member Grindel,
I have nothing tonight.
Member Hill.
Yeah, so Member Martinez just alluded to this. I only found out about this the other day because a community member forwarded me a snapshot of a Facebook page where with the district logo on there, basically recruiting for essentially, I guess, sponsoring an initiative around affinity groups. I have concerns about this because number one, the affinity groups that were identified, many of them were racially based. And I think that we potentially run into challenges here in terms of potentially being discriminatory when we start to divide up groups in this way. And this is also potentially a violation of both our state constitution as well as our federal constitution. And I don't believe that the district has the authority to go forward and sponsor this without the board actually being involved and formally approving this program. And so I would like for us to temporarily put this on hold and that we should hold a study session. So I'm requesting that we hold a study session to discuss this topic. And I think that we should allow for plenty of time to discuss it, not necessarily limited to just one session, and that we should be inviting all community members to come in and weigh in on the appropriateness, and if so, the format that this will take. But again, I don't think that we as a board have approved this. And so I would like to request that we put this on hold until we properly discussed, deliberated, and gotten community comment on this.
Member Nguyen. Member Nguyen.
Yes. So you guys know how passionate I am in terms of IT and how IT is and all the upgrades and stuff like that that we've had, and the procurement and software that we've had in the district. And as I was going through, and I did have hard questions from Miss Ash prior to in our last board meeting, in pertaining to the contracts that she brought forward, and especially with the 5-year support. But also tonight, on this agenda item in regards to the upgrade for the HVAC management system, I was just thinking about it, and I had additional questions. And I know that our IT department is, they're supporting staff, they're supporting students this year due to the pandemic, and also teachers at all the different sites. And my main concern is that there hasn't been IT governance overseeing, or the IT department having a lot of say-so in sort of decision-making when it comes to having their input be known in terms of what it is that other departments are, or in this case, other sites are purchasing in terms of curriculum and things like that. And I come from, I'm in a department in IT, and our fire department and our police department, they procure software without our knowledge, and then we're expected to implement it and support it. And sometimes it is a lot. And so my request is that I would like, moving forward, that that the school district and the superintendent take into consideration that IT play a bigger role in how we move forward in developing the district and how we support and handle supporting our teachers, our staff, and all the different sites, and making sure that best practices are in place and that we do have IT staffing levels that are able to handle that. I know that us asking you for a new website and asking you for all these other things on top of having to support and distribute Chromebooks and curriculum, there's just a lot. And I know that it's a lot for the current staff to handle. And I think that there needs to be consideration for an IT strategic plan and IT governance moving forward in the district. So if I could get two other board members to support me in this request to have staff make that consideration to have an IT strategic plan over the next 5 years for the district and IT governance, I would really appreciate that.
I got one from Member Hill. And who else? Oh, I see Member Grindel, so you got 3 votes. Hopefully the personnel thing, the IT makeup, whether we need additional IT technician, will also be part of this comprehensive strategy.
Correct.
Okay, so my request is just hopefully we got the timeline for our elementary card report approaching the final solution, the timeline, back to the board for approval as soon as possible, hopefully next board meeting, so we know when we'll be starting the communication and engagement and when the board will vote on the final solution for the standard-based grading for elementary report card. Okay.
President Zhang, if I may interrupt, I do apologize. Any of the previous requests that do require staff action need consensus?
I think we can put onto the agenda for the next board meeting and that each individual board member make the case. And then the board will vote whether we'll start, whether we'll get into the staff time.
So just for clarity, I have, you are requesting that I put on the next agenda, the
Will be
LGBTQ.
Member Hill's request and Member Martinez's request.
Okay.
Yes, both of them.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Okay. Announcement and recognition, Member Martinez.
I'm sorry, President John. I just want to make sure that we're following the board's direction. So Member Hill's request, Member Martinez's request, and also Member Nguyen's request, correct?
No, sort of Member Nguyen's request that we sort of have the, she has sort of expedited by asking the board to vote just now. So she already got the.
If I may provide some clarity,
yeah.
Member Nguyen's consensus allowed for direction for the superintendent to actually start working on a IT strategic plan, whereas the other 2 requests will just go on the agenda at the following meeting without any staff input
without any
or
staff
work.
time. And the reason is I need to dig deeper into the 2 requests by the board member before I can take a vote today to say whether I support them or not.
Okay. So we just got, I just want to make sure I'm clear because I want to follow the direction. So we just got direction from the board to begin work on an IT strategic plan and a governance. Sorry, Member Nguyen, could you repeat the governance, IT governance?
IT governance, yes.
Okay.
And Member Hill and Member Martinez's request will be on the agenda for next board meeting. And that so far will not require staff time.
Yeah. Point of order. I think President Zhang, I mean, I think if I would ask that we, forward the same process to my request as well as Member Hill's request in this manner. I don't see why we would go with one and not the other. And typically, especially with regards to, I think what we've just given direction on per Member Nguyen's, it's a pretty broad project. The other ones are just kind of yes or no, move forward, which is we just anyway. I think we want to be careful about that. So I would request that.
Actually, one of the things, you can request that we raise our hand, but I felt like your request and Member Hill's request in certain way run into conflict with each other. So I want to give myself a bit more time to look into the request. So I am prepared to vote for the next board meeting. If you want to get a pen.
Yes, I'm so sorry.
I mean, if you can get 2 more votes, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and I would rather, I would rather have this open discussion now. I don't think it requires an agendized discussion. I think it's an ask, and I would like to know if there's support so that we can begin working on this as we move into June, which is Pride Month. So for me, timing is important.
Okay.
I support Member Martinez's suggestion.
So the request is just to celebrate the Pride Month and being an ally for our LGBTQ community, right?
Correct. Via a resolution. Yeah.
Okay. I'm actually fine with that.
I also support Member Martinez on that.
So there's no more staff act. I mean, there shouldn't be a lot of staff resources besides. I mean, I'll be reaching out to our community, working with our students, and coming out with a resolution. I think.
Correct.
Okay, I see.
Correct.
Member Hill.
Yeah, and I just want to provide a clarification. I mean, we had this discussion in the last meeting, and there's been some confusion, and so about protocol around getting things on the agenda. And so I've actually talked with CSBA's legal counsel about this process. And so I'm going to read you ed code around how agendas are required to be handled. Board agendas are required to be handled by law. Okay. So this is ed code 35145.5. And it's classified as meetings, and it says, it is the intent of the legislature that members of the public be able to place matters directly related to school district business on the agenda of school district governing board meetings. Every agenda for regular meetings shall provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the governing board on any item of interest to the public before or during the governing board's consideration of the item that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the governing board. Governing board shall adopt reasonable regulations to ensure that this intent is carried out. The regulations may specify reasonable procedures to ensure the proper functioning of governing board meetings. And so what that basically says is that anybody in the public, right, anybody in our community can request to place an item on the agenda, and it must be placed on the agenda. There is no consensus that is required, okay? At the end of the day, once it's on the agenda, we, the board, can decide whether we're going to take it up or not, whether we're going to discuss it. So we have that prerogative. But there's no sort of prerequisite for getting something on the agenda. When the request is made, there needs to be a process to ultimately get it on the agenda.
President Zhang, would you like for me to provide some clarity?
Yeah, go ahead. I think, yeah, go ahead.
There's just a distinction between placing an item on the agenda as compared to requesting the superintendent to do work. So requesting the superintendent to provide action requires also based on your governance handbook, requires the majority of the staff, the majority of the board to approve for him to act. As compared to items being placed on the agenda, you are correct, Member Hill.
Yeah, so for Member Hill's request, I would put this onto the agenda for next meeting because I do need to spend some time, because this is the first time I heard what he said. I need to spend some time looking into the matter before I can raise my hand and put on my hand. Okay, recognition and announcement. Member Martinez.
Yes, thank you, Member Zhang. So first, just celebrating Classified Staff Week this week. In particular, I wanted to say thank you to Miss Sue Eustace for, she is the leader of the local chapter, and she's just always really tries to be constructive when appearing in our meetings, and I really appreciate that. I think she's does a great job being a leader of her team. Everybody does an amazing work. I mean, I can go through all the functions. I see their faces. one that really, one group that really has stood out for me lately is, the paraprofessionals that work with our special education students. I just wanted to, specific shout out to them because, it really takes a very caring, very patient person, to be such a good a partner in helping our kids evolve and learn. So I just wanted to thank everyone, but specifically our paraprofessionals. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Martinez. Member Grindel?
Yes, given this classified employees week, wanted to particularly call out all the work they've done. We couldn't have the schools reopened without their help. So really want to recognize them, but also want to recognize all the teachers, all the administrators who've really been working so hard to juggle all these enormous demands during these difficult times. And I know it's been hard work, and the kids make it worth it. And I just want to personally thank you and express my appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hill.
Yeah, so echoing Member Grindel and Member Martinez, yeah, I mean, basically, really what Member Martinez says, about Ms. Eustace and also Ms. Eustace, what she said today. I mean, that they're working very hard, and I think that sometimes they feel like they're not seen, but we see you, right? And we know how hard you're working and how you're the glue that holds a lot of things together. And so it's really appreciated. And then per, Member Martinez, as a teacher, I also work with paras, and understand the really hard work that they do and the invaluable work, and so again, just want to echo Member Martinez's viewpoint on that. And so there's so many people to be thankful for, but since this is, classified week, definitely want to give a shout out and recognize them.
Member Nguyen?
I too have the same sentiments as my fellow board members, and I just wanted to take this time to really thank all the classified employees and all their hard work. I know that a lot of times, yes, we do, everyone feels invisible at work, and that we aren't seen or understood or valued, but we truly do value all your hard work. We can't have the schools reopen without you on all your, preparing all the classrooms, and to all of our staff who prepare lunches every day for our students and extended community. I just wanted to, really say thank you, and we really do see all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to echo all the other board members' comment. This is the Classified Employee Week. I appreciate all their effort to make our district better. And the other thing is, starting this week, we'll start the digital AP testing week. And for so many of our high school students, this is the AP test that they've learned throughout the entire year by basically only online, never in person. So hopefully, this is a challenging time. Hopefully they all did well in this week's testing, and starting next week, May 26th, the Wednesday, we'll start testing the AP computer science and biology and more natural science classes. I wish all of you who are taking these hard AP classes the best of luck starting next Wednesday. Okay, thank you. Superintendent remark.
Thank you, President Jun, and thank you, board, for this evening and all of your thoughtful questions and pushing on us. I couldn't have said it better about the classified staff. They are so important to the everyday functioning of our schools and our district. Tomorrow, we are going to have a special surprise for our classified staff, some goodie baskets that as a small token of our appreciation for all that they do. And so again, thank you, classified staff, and have a great night, everybody.
Yeah.
I move to adjourn the meeting.
I second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindel,
Yes.
Member Hill,
Yes.
Member Nguyen.
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Meeting adjourned at 10:55. Thank you, everyone. Good night.